All right, here we go, getting ready for the final table of the Trailblazer series. Final 9 here. Texas Card House RGV. Go around the table real quick. In seat number 1, we have Eric, 1.2 million. Seat number 2, we have Baby Spider. He is chip leading at 3.7. Seat 3, the short stack. In seat 3, we have John. Then in seat 4, we have a Van Trailer with 2.1. Seat 5, right in the middle, we have Brown, 1.2. Seat 6, we have T-Rich, 1.3. Seat 7, we have Mitch. Mitch checking in at 1.4. Seat 8, we have Fernie at 1.5. And seat 9, Button's going to start off on seat 9. This was a redraw for the final table. Seat 9, we are going to have a Mike with 1.5. So this tournament started last week on December the 19th. There was just under 20 different flights. And
I know this guy.
We are getting ready here for hand number 1, blind to 20,000, 40,000. Total prize pool 71,000, and it's going to be 11,500 for first. As action's going to be on the short stack. John with the quick fold, making sure that everybody's cards scan properly there. There we go. Getting a look at John. Oh, so Mitch with the ace queen, probably coming in for about 100. That's exactly right. The 2.5x. Going to be picking up a call from Eric. Looks like Eric put it on the 3-bet. Yeah, so Eric 3-bet into 320, and we might have an all-in here this first hand. Mitch thinking about it here. He is behind, and he's going to make the fold. So let's see if Eric shows. No, Eric does not. So we got a mixture of local players as well as Houston players. I think we have about 3 players from the Houston area that made the trip down to South Texas. About a 5-hour drive, depending on how fast you drive and what part of Houston you live in. As under the gun action here is going to be on seat 3. It's going to be Van Trailer. And Van Trailer coming in for a pretty big raise here. Let's wait for the graphics to catch up. Now it's the standard raise. It's 100K. His white chips are 25. Blinds are 20/40. So the 2.5x. And nobody going to be able to call. Some of these cards did not get scanned properly. And that's why we weren't able to see the cards. So chip leader in seat 3. Excuse me, seat 2. That's going to be Baby Spider. And the short stack right next to him in seat 3. That's going to be John. So Baby Spider bring in 1.2 to day 2 and ran that up to 3.7. Started the final table with 3.7. Started day 2. They started playing. The plan was to start playing at 5:30, as there was a final flight yesterday, a turbo flight. That flight ran a little bit late, and day 2 brought back 24 plus the 2 players from the turbo flight, so 26 players. Restarted around 6:30 p.m. And we can see T-Rich just calling here with the 6s under the gun +1. And Mike, who is joining us from the Woodlands, he's going to be raising it up here. So more than 3x because of the limp from T-Rich. And T-Rich starting the hand with about 1.3. And it looks like he's going to have to let it go. So Mike going to be showing him the 10 of diamonds. So T-Rich under the gun +1 there in early position, just choosing to limp instead of raising. And Mike saw that as some weakness and raised with his suited Broadway cards, was able to take down the pot. So now T-Rich is going to be under the gun. And is he going to be limping again? So it looks like the old min raise picks up back-to-back pocket pair. Each of the white chips is 25,000, and the pink chips being 5,000. So he's raising it up. The old min click. And looks like Eric will be making the fold, as does Baby Spider, the short stack John. Van Trailer with the 10-5. Going to be letting it go. And Brown does the same. So you can see the different result. Essentially the same hand, a small pocket pair, but the first time T-Rich choosing to play it passively by just limping. You normally don't see limps at final tables, especially in early position. And one of the reasons why is because somebody is normally going to put in the raise, and now is going to put you in a weird spot out of position. And that's what happened to T-Rich 2 hands ago, but the previous hand, he had the small pocket pair and took the initiative and raised it up and took down the blinds and antes. So we have Mitch under the gun. And it looks like he is raising it up with the ace-king there. Just over the min click, looks like 95. No, 115 actually. So those are 3 white chips. So you do see this a lot in the final tables, even though with the blinds the way they are, the players do have some more maneuverability or some more play, but a lot of times, especially at final tables, there's a lot of pre-flop raise and takes. Don't see a ton of flops as the stack sizes get shallower. Then it really becomes more of a pre-flop game. So going to be seeing a lot of raising and taking, but that's pretty much how it works at final tables. Even the short stack at the table, John at C3, I mean, he has more than 10 big blinds. So normally if you have more than 20 big blinds, you're able to see some flops. and basically everybody with starting the final table with more than 20 bigs, with the exception of John. So it looks like a Van Trailer. I haven't seen a good hand for him, but he does seem to take his time on all his decisions, very deliberate. Doesn't want to give off any sort of time intel. So I'm assuming when he has a good hand, he's going to think for a little bit before he acts, as he's been doing the same with his bad hands. And as I said, there's a lot of pre-flop raise and take, and Brown put it on the 3-bet with the suited ace actually going all in. First all in of the final table. And she did have a good hand, but it's always scary going all in against the chip leader. So Brown starting the final table with 1.2. So a lot of the stacks between the 1.2 and 1.5 range. And then you have the short stack of 675, and then you have the big stack. So only 2 players started in the final table with over 2. Baby Spider had 3.7, and Van Trailer started the final table with a 2.1. Everybody else 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 range. So a lot of middle and stacks there. So Baby Spider taking the 10-8 offsuit and taking down the pot. Kind of like that move, because normally when you raise back-to-back, normally the second time you raise it, at least the perception is you're going to be stronger the second time you raise. But it's actually the opposite here, where he had a very weak hand, but wanted to make it seem like he had a strong hand, and he was able to take it down with the 10-8 offsuit. I think John pretty much just waiting for a hand to go all in with. Folded around to the button. Mitch with the suited king should be raising here, and it looks like he's going to be raising 2.5x. And he's going to have his buddy, also from the Houston area. So both, let's see here, both Mitch and Michael both joining us from the Woodlands tonight. So they both made the trip down. Both of them are chasing the points. As a matter of fact, Mitch there in seat 7, he is actually currently leading the Trailblazer points series. So he's in first place right now for the new car. And he knew that this spot was going to be double points. So he showed up. He's been here over a week, as he showed up early to try to make day 2 to rack up those points, and he was able to do that. T-Rich with the ace and the hijack, not going to be raising it, as it's going to fold around. Fernie just making the call here. So Fernie, local player from this area, city of Mission to be exact. Eric's going to take his suited queen and just check. Oh, huge flop for Eric here as he flops a pair and a flush draw. And kind of an interesting play here by Fernie, as he's going to put on the continuation bet. I'm not sure if this is considered a continuation bet since he just limped on the button. But you can see Eric is going to raise it up with his huge draw. And Fernie going to have to fold here. So most of the players... Most of the players from down in the Rio Grande Valley area, but we do have actually 4 players. So about half the table here from not the Rio Grande Valley. We have 3 players from the Houston area, 1 player from Laredo, and then the rest of the players from the Rio Grande Valley area. John, the short stack with the 10-4. Like I said, he is waiting on a hand to go all in with. Folded around to Mitch. Oh, he's going to be folding the suited Jack 10. I thought maybe from the hijack, he is currently second in chips. I thought he might make a raise there. And I think maybe the reason why he didn't raise it is because of the player that was in the big blind. So the only player that had him covered in chips was seat 2, Baby Spider there. He was in the big blind. So he didn't want to play a hand against the only player at the table that had him covered. So a little bit of a tight fold, but I do understand. They didn't want to tangle with the chip leader just yet, especially with John there in seat 3, sitting on about just over 10 big blinds. Mike at seat 9 just commented that the structure very good. I believe that the average stack right now is just under 40 bigs. So as I said, it does give the players some maneuverability. It lets them get out of line, as we can see Mike getting out of line here with his 9-7. And just over a min raise here. And Baby Spider is going to be putting on a 3-bet here. But I actually do like this play for Mike because he knows that John's range is going to be very, very tight. Where John is the short stack and his range is going to be very, very, very tight. So he knows that he can put out a small raise, and it was basically a min raise plus 5 as he raises it up to 85. And he's going to be getting rid of this pretty quick here. He knows he got caught. We do appreciate the fast fold. So the top 2 players in the Trailblazer series, the points series, made the trip. Well, actually, we had 4 of the top 5 points earners making the trip down to South Texas for this event. 3 of them making the final table. So one of the reasons why they're up in points is because you do make final tables, you collect more points. One of them making day 2. Looks like we had the player 3rd place, Clinton. So Clint made day 2 of this event. He's going to be picking up some points, but not as many points as the players here at the final table. So T-Rich raising it up here with the Jack 10 suited. And he's going up to 90. And Baby Spider going to be putting into call in position. So Baby Spider on the button is going to use the power of the button. He really feels that T-Rich has big cards here, and if some small cards come out, he can represent it. Or if T-Rich checks to him, T-Rich is going to check to him. Baby Spider checking behind. It's not going to go check on the turn, I don't think. I think if T-Rich checks again, I think Baby Spider is going to put out a bet. Oh, here we go. T-Rich with the delayed C bet. And it's going to work. So it was not going to go check on the turn. I said that before the turn came out. I didn't know who was going to bet, but whoever bet was going to win. And the best hand actually win in the Jack High. Do you like that play by T-Rich?
Sam, also, when I was done with you yesterday in the cash game, I was like 100% I could just tell from your vibe that you were for sure going to make it.
So now T-Rich is under the gun. And he will be folding the Dolly Parton, the 9-5. Mitch does the same, as does Fernie. Folded around to Mike, and he will be getting rid of the 4 high. Eric with a K. He makes the fold. And Baby Spider going to be playing his position once again. Takes it up to 90, so less than the 2.5x. And he does have the short stack here to worry about. Oh, is John going with this? No, I didn't think he would go with it, but maybe perhaps he sizes it a little bit smaller. That way he can get away if John re-jammed. But John has gone through the blinds twice already. Started the final table with 600. Let's see what he has now. Yeah, so now he has 500.
Is that anybody else's first time playing on a live stream, or just me? Mine's only version of
So this is the prize pool. This is the payouts. Over 300 entries, building a prize pool of 71,000. First place taking home 11,500. The min cash could be 2,500, so not bad. As I said, less than a $200 entry fee, more than a 50K guaranteed. And I predicted after the first couple of flights that it will go over the guarantee, and it did. So just the ace getting scanned here by Eric, but I'm guessing it's going to be a big ace, as he's going to be putting on a big bet here. Fernie just limping.
That is pretty good. I'm sorry for being a dude. But also, don't tell me another.
All right, so Van Trailer here. Not going to be able to. Oh, he does make the call. And I think, yeah, I think he thought that the raise was a different amount. I didn't think he would call the raise here. It was a pretty big raise from Eric. So everybody with an ace, we don't know what Eric's second card is, but he did put out a pretty big raise pre-flop. And it's going to come queen high. You can see the pot's already over 600,000. And I don't think Van Trailer can continue, but we'll see. I didn't think he would call pre-flop. So it looks like there is a break after this hand. And let's see where the players stand. So Baby Spider starting on the final table with 3.7. And now he is up to 3.8. Mitch taking a little... Oh, let's see. Mitch starting with 1.4. Yeah, he's at 1.3. John starting with 675. He's gone through the blinds. So John's still the short stack, and Blinds should be going up after this break. So this was the information on this tournament. As I said, it did start last week. So it started on the 19th, which was 2 Thursdays ago. 2 different flights. Only the top 8% bagged for day number 2. I believe it was the top 10% or 12% that cashed, but only the top 8%. There it is. It's at the bottom. So 12.5% cashed, and the top 8% moved on to day number 2. The big thing about this tournament stop, and the players that were in the top 5 in points realize this, that this was a double points. So you can see on the lower left-hand corner 2x leader point boards, and then there was a automatic qualifier for the 50K free roll. So the player that wins this event, is automatically going to be qualified for the 50K free roll at the end of the tournament series. This is the 3rd stop for the Trailblazer series. The first stop was at TCH Social Austin. The first stop was at TCH Social in Austin. That was in November. The second stop happened in last month at Texas Card House Spring, and we do have 3 players that regularly play at Texas Card House Spring joining us. And then the stop for this month was here, and next month the Trailblazer. So the Trailblazer series in January going to be making a stop in the Dallas area. So actually, flights are going to be available at both Dallas area locations. So their main event going to be a bigger buy-in, obviously a bigger guarantee. So the main event for the Trailblazer series, it's going to be $1 million guaranteed, $800 buy-in. There's also a $400 guaranteed multi-flight, and there's PLO events available and Hold'em high roller events available. So it's going to be 20 events spread out over 2 different locations. So if you are familiar with TCH Social Las Colimas and Texas Card House Dallas, they are fairly close to one another.
There's a live stream. I've been there in the live stream. Yeah, every tournament, except for a few.
So, of course, for more information on any of these events, you can visit TexasCardHouse.com. We did have 2 players double bag, and 2 of those players, both players, making the final table. So we had Mitch, who is currently leading the Trailblazer Series points. He double bagged. And then we have Brown in seat 5. She double bagged as well. So Mitch, coming into this event, was leading the points. Second place is in seat 3, John. Third place did not make the final table, but he did make the trip down, and he did make day 2. So cash in here at this event. Going to be picking up some more points there. Fourth place did not make the trip. In fifth place, we have Michael in seat 5. So 4 out of the top 5 players for the Trailblazer Series making the trip down. So they're all north of Houston, so it was actually closer probably to a 6-hour drive than it was the 5-hour drive. I believe all of them drove. Down, although there are direct flights available on United airlines from the Houston area down to McAllen, Texas. That is the city next to us. From door to door, we're talking about 10 minutes from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley to the local airport here. There's also a secondary airport, much like Houston has their secondary airport. We have a secondary airport that has Southwest. That airport is Valley International Airport in Harlingen, and direct flights available on Southwest. So if you're on the south side of Houston, not sure if you're familiar with Houston, but essentially the main airport is located on the north side of town. And the secondary airport, which is Houston Hobby, they're located on the southwest part of town.
Just make a 1 and 2 seat and new table and put it there.
You guys want to do ICM? I'll take first place and 40 points and.
Yeah, that was the thing. Once that ended, literally we sat waiting.
So as I said, Baby Spider in seat 3, he was the overall chip leader. And then we have Van Trailer. He bagged at the end of the first day just under $1,940,000. So he was one of the 26 players that came back, and he started the final table with 2.1. T-Rich there in seat 6, he bagged 600,000 for day 2, and he made the final table with 1.3. So blinds are going up. I believe they're going to be 50,000, 100,000. You can see on the upper right-hand corner what the blinds are going to be. Yes. So they will input the new blinds into the system. Should be seeing a lot of 2.5 times opens. So should be seeing about 125 to come in. Yeah, there are the blind levels. 25,000, 50,000. Fernie making a quick fold. Oh, John has a hand. Let's see if he goes with it here. It looks like he's leaving a couple of chips behind here. So he's essentially all in, but he's leaving a couple of chips behind just in case if some crazy stuff happens behind. He started the hand with 500,000. You can see he was raising up to 400,000. Oh, T-Rich with the queens. Get into count. T-Rich should just put him all in here. He should be going all in himself. And there's the all in. Mitch with the ace, gonna let it go. And John will be making the call here. Now, the reason why John left some chips behind is this is a play to try to ladder up. And once everybody calls here, I'll kind of break down how that works. So John basically raising all of his stack, or over 80% of his stack here, pretty much committed himself, but leaving some chips behind just in case if something weird happened. Nothing weird happened, so he's going with it. He knew his opponent was going to have 2 overcards. The only problem is they both match up here. So T-Rich in good shape to score the first knockout of the final table. You can see 1 deuce has been folded, so John is down to 1 out, and he is not going to hit that 1 out. So the short stack is going to be our first player eliminated. So John will be taking home 2,500. As I said, the buy-in was less than $200, so over 10x in his entry. So Not bad. Also, more importantly for John, he did accumulate some of the points as he did enter the event in second place. So John joining us tonight from Spring, Texas.
Also, we have a bounty here, also 20.
So John, who was second in place coming in, he's not going to move up to first place. And the reason why is because the first place guy, Mitch, he is still in. And looks like T-Rich is going to be collecting a bounty. So Michael in seat 9 announced to the table before it started that if anybody knocked out Mitch, or if anybody knocked out John, that he would be paying them a bounty. And the reason why is because Mitch is in 5th place in points. So Mitch giving some players a little extra incentive there. Let's see if Brown just makes the call here. Oh no, she's going all in. This is going to definitely be a decision for Baby Spider here. The ace-queen was suited. I could see him going with it. You can see he is the chip leader. And he is going to be doing the calculations here. No, he's going to be making the fold. So second time Brown has been all in against the same player. First time she had him dominated and he folded. This time it was a 50-50 flip, but she was in front. It looks like we're going to have a dealer change here. So getting back to seat number 3, John, on why he just did not go all in. Why did he put out 80% of his stack? And it essentially has to do with the payouts here. So essentially, if 2 players behind him went all in, it gave him the opportunity to fold the hand and essentially make an extra $500 if a player got knocked out. So you do see this happen a lot in tournaments where a player will raise 90% of his stack and basically be all in, but he does leave back some chips just in case if a couple of players behind him go all in, that they're able to fold and get a pay jump out of it. So Eric with the K got the new dealer in the box, Kike. And Baby Spider with the aggression here. Brand new dealer. Going to be raising the first hand with the brand new dealer. Mitch with the ace on the button. He's going to let it go. And this is basically a min raise plus 5. So Mike's going to be making the call with his Jack 8. Oh, we might have some fireworks here as we have an open ender for Mike and top pair for Baby Spider. Mike's going to check it to the aggressor. And Baby Spider raising with the king. Pre-flop, hitting the king. He will now bet the king. So it's basically still 60-40, the percentile. See if Mike just makes the call here. It's a really small bet, 130 into the pot. Less than a half pot size bet. And I think Mike is just going to call here as he is trying to outlast Mitch. And Mike indeed does make the call here. To the turn we go. And there's the turn. Card reader. Oh, Mike hitting his straight. Now he's hoping The baby spider has a king queen, but we can see that is not the case. He would have preferred to hit the 7 to make his straight, as it was more disguised. Any jack making a straight here. Backdoor spades coming as well. Mike should be putting out a bet here, so just under $500,000 in the pot. How much is he going to bet? I don't think Baby Spider's going to call him. This is a very bad run out for his hand. Mike's going to want to get some value from his straight here, so he's going to be putting out a bet. How much is the question? And Mike is going to give us the answer here. It looks like it's going to be about half pot. Actually, 400 into 500. I didn't think Baby Spider was calling any bet. And I don't think he's calling this bet. As I said, any jack makes a straight. He knows that. Backdoor flush got there as well. Baby Spider with no spades in his hand makes it a little more likely that his opponent has spades in his hand, and he will let it go. So Mike taking down the pot, and he will show the jack. He will show the jack.
Good call, good call. You didn't see me overbet the river as a bluff, but like I got called as bluffing overbetting the river like 5 times on day 1.
So now the big blind's going to be Eric, or as they say in Mexico, Eric. Eric with a K. Action will be on Baby Spider. That's his actual name. I think they just shortened it to Spider. But his brother, who is the original Spider-Man, wants to make sure that his baby brother is called by his proper nickname, Baby Spider. All right, Van Trailer joining us from Laredo. He's raising it up to just over 2.5. 2.5 would be 125. He's making it 130 with the ace queen. Oh, Eric with the queens. 3-bet incoming. And how about all of it? And you can see Van Trailer squirming right away, because he knows that his opponent has a real strong hand here. I asked him about the Van Trailer name, and apparently in his younger days, he was a pool hustler. And that was the name that he went by when he would go to all the pool halls across the state of Texas. He does live in Laredo now. It is not part of the Rio Grande Valley, although some people do think it's part of the Rio Grande Valley. Similar area as it is right on the border. Of course, across the bridge you have Nuevo Laredo there in Mexico, and across the bridge here you have McAllen and Reynosa and Brownsville and Matamoros. So Van Trailer will be making the fold. Laredo probably about a 2-hour drive from here. Essentially right up the river, right up the Rio Grande River. That's why the area down here is known as the Rio Grande River, as it is right on the Rio Grande River, which separates the two countries of U.S. and Mexico. All right, action going to be on Van Trailer. Just made the tough fold. It was the proper fold. That's one of the great things about the stream, is that you're able to go back and watch to see if you made the right play. And that's really, a lot of times, that's all it comes down to. You can only make the right play at the right time. And if it works out, great. Sometimes it's not going to work out. I mean, sometimes you'll make a good call and the other player will get lucky. So Fernie raising it up, the min raise. Baby Spider put it on the 3-bet with the jacks. Oh, Fernie announcing all in, and Baby Spider going to be making the call. And he's going to see the bad news. He's going to have to hit an ace. Diamonds, running diamonds. Oh, he hits a 10. He picks up some more outs, but he does not get there. So second casualty tonight going to be Fernie. And the chip leader going to be getting richer. So Fernie taking home 3,000.
I think the next one is 700. Just over here thinking about folding your way up. The next one is 700.
That's what they had when I went in. Not right now, we're here.
So Fernie was from this area. As I said, he lived in the city of Mission. And for you Dallas Cowboy fans, Mission being famous for the birthplace of Tom Landry. They got a nice little mural of Tom Landry downtown Mission. Or if you know anything about citrus, I know normally some people think of, well, most people will think of Florida when they think about citrus, and that is the case, but that is also the case down here in South Texas. A lot of citrus trees. As a matter of fact, there is a special type of grapefruit that was developed down here, known as the Rio Red, Rio RRIO. So there's a lot of grapefruit and orange trees in the Mission area of the Rio Grande Valley. Eric with the 4-3, gonna have to let it go. Got the battle of the blinds. You also see this happen a lot as well. The battle of the blinds at final tables. And Baby Spider gonna be taking his jack, raising it up. Van Trailer gonna be making the call with the deuces. Ace high flop, 2 spades. Good flop slash bad flop for the deuces. Because even if he's still ahead, even if his opponent doesn't have an ace here, the chances of him getting counterfeited are pretty big. He doesn't believe his opponent has an ace. He is correct. So he's going to be making the call, but he doesn't want to see another ace or another big card. You can see all the outs that Baby Spider has on top. Ace, queen, jack, 8. He's going to slow it down here. Let's see what Van Trailer does. He checks back. And another bad card for Van Trailer. Spider's just going to wave the white flag here, and Van Trailer's going to be happy to show the deuces. I don't know if he would have been able to call a bet. So you can see Baby Spider up to 4.5. Second place, we have Eric at 2 million. T-Rich just under 2 million. And then Van Trailer, who just won the previous pot, 1.8. Mike in seat 9. He is a talker. He's in seat 9. And then you have Brown in seat 5. And Mitch in seat 7 is the current short stack. Still has over 20 bigs. So really not in the danger zone. Still has some maneuverability, but when you get to less than 20 bigs, then you have to be more selective with your hand range here. T-Rich with the kings. And he's going to be putting on the min raise, going up to 100,000. Spider with the fours. He's going to be calling for sure. Might be putting on the 3-bet. No, just going to call. Going to go set mine in here. He knows T-Rich normally doesn't get out of line, and he knows especially under the gun T-Rich is not getting out of line. So he is hoping to hit a 4. Nice flop for T-Rich. Let's see if he puts out the continuation bet. 275 in the middle. And he is reaching. Looks like it's going to be 150. It's 150. So the gold yellow chips there are worth 100K. And Baby Spider hoping that his opponent just has ace king, ace jack. You can see the pot is over $500,000 already, 575,000. T-Rich should be putting out another bet here, and I think, oh, looks like 400. Yeah, so Baby Spider knows that his 4s are no longer good now. If T-Rich checked here, then Baby Spider might have taken a stab. As I said, Baby Spider knows his 4s are not good. He figured that T-Rich would put out the continuation bet with pretty much a wide range of his hands. So he decided to see one more card with his small pocket pair. And then once T-Rich put out the bet on the turn, he knew T-Rich had a good hand. So he will get rid of it. And that's going to take T-Rich to over 2 million now. So one player at 4 million, 2 players at 2 million, and the other 4 players between 1.8 and 1.2. So action's going to be under the gun on Mitch, joining us from the Woodlands. So if you know about the Houston area, you basically go north of Houston on I-45, or the 45 as they say on the West Coast. So I-45 is the interstate that connects Houston and Dallas. But on the north side, as you're leaving Houston, you have Spring, Texas, followed by the Woodlands, followed by Conroe. So Mitch just limping here under the gun with the 6s. He is the short stack, although he did start the hand with over 20 bigs. Oh, and he's going to hit the 6 right away. That's the good news. The bad news is nobody has a king. Nobody has diamonds. I think you have to bet here and just hope that one of your opponents has a king. Small bet, maybe 60 or 75. Oh, he bets 125, so he's really targeting a king. And as I said, nobody had a king, and he will show the set. So next pay jump will be taking home 3,500. Of course, everybody going for the first place, over 10,000. Also, the winner of this event will automatically qualify into the 50K free roll. So the Trailblazer series, it is a series that keeps track of points. I have been talking about the points a lot of times, and as I said, the breakdown is available on TexasCardHouse.com, exactly on how many points you get for every entry, for every final table. And the points are for two things. They're for the 50K free roll, and they're also for the car. Somebody at the end of the series is going to win a brand new car. It's actually going to be an SUV. It's going to be a Chevrolet Trailblazer, which is one of the reasons why this series is called the Trailblazer series. So Mike raising here with his ace. And nobody's going to be able to call. Mitch might get curious, but he does not.
When I first started playing poker, they said if you win a hand with ace of spades, you just show everyone.
So Michael showing the ace jack.
I did raise under the gun with some people though. She called me beautiful, Mitch. It's not so hard to believe. It's so fucking hard to believe.
So top 50 in points at the end of the series play for free in a 50K free roll. The person with the most points at the end of the series, wins the Chevy Trailblazer. Eric with the quick fold. Baby Spider put it on the hood. And he's up to no good. The 8-4 offsuit from the low jack. This guy's range is wider than Steph Curry's. But you can see, nobody really has a hand to call him with. Except the big blind, Michael. Or as they say in South Texas, Miguel. And he's going to be making the call. I would imagine he's pretty much checking his entire range here on the flop.
Look at me like that. What did I do to you, man?
And let's see if Baby Spider puts out the continuation bet.
He's just so cute.
Queen high flop. And as I said, pretty sure Michael's going to be checking his entire range, and he does just that. Does Baby Spider put out the continuation bet? It's going to work if he does. Yeah, so Michael did check. The dealer has not relayed the check. And Baby Spider does indeed put out the continuation bet. It's really hard to make a pair. Baby Spider knows that, so he will put out the continuation bet. So that's one of the reasons why the dealer's wearing the headset. The headset, he has communication with the production crew. So anytime a player raises, anytime a player does anything, he is announcing the action so they can input everything correctly. So what happened when the flop came out, Michael checked, and the action was on Baby Spider, but I don't think the production crew heard that Michael checked, or like maybe the dealer did not tell him. But either way, it was a check, and then once they input the check in the system, it changes the camera. So the dealer is actually controlling the cameras as well, if you can believe that. It's a true story. So once the dealer says, take for example, player seat 5 folded, seat 6 folded, the system knows to change the camera. And you can see the action is on Mike here with the natural 9 for you Baccarat players. And Eric has him dominated with the Chad Johnson for you football players. Heads up we go. Pretty much the first player who bets at this pot is going to win, and that should be Eric here, as he does flop an open-ended straight draw. And now he's going to hit his straight. Mike can only chop the pot with another 8. And Eric will finally put out the bet. Okay, there's the check, there's the bet, and there's the pot. So I believe I heard the players say that the average stack when they started the final table is right around 40 bigs, which is a lot of play. You sometimes see, and I've seen it a lot actually. You sometimes see final tables where the average stack is less than 20 big blinds. I've even seen some final tables where it's like 10 or 12 big blinds, the average stack. And if you know anything about tournament poker, pretty much that 10 big blind threshold, that is essentially the panic mode right there, where you have to start going all in, even if you don't have the best cards. Brown raising it up. Baby Spider going to be making the call. She really seems to be the only one who's kind of playing back at Baby Spider thus far. And you do see that happen a lot as she flops top two. Baby Spider flopping bottom pair. C-bet incoming. To 140. Baby Spider knows that it's hard to make a pair, knows that Brown can be C-betting with a lot. And he will make the call. He does not want to see a 10. Oh, full house for Brown. Kind of like a check from her here, but we'll see. Oh, she does check, giving her opponent an opportunity to bluff here. The problem is, I don't know if that is a card that Baby Spider is going to want to represent, as it does complete. That's the Queen of Clubs on the river. There it is. They changed it out. But that does complete a lot of draws. Completes a lot of straight draws, a lot of flush draws, and he's going to represent it. He does have the 10. And there's the all-in. There's the quick fold. So players are not allowed on their phones on the stream room, so you do see the players get up between the hands and they'll go outside and they will check their phone. But as I said, this is Michael in seat 9. It's his first time here at the Rio Grande Valley, and he is a talker. Seems like a fun player. Didn't have a chance to play with him, but I definitely heard when he was playing.
But you know, day one, multiple, so fucking 18-fight tournament. I guess, bro. But
Brown with the suited ace just won the last hand, taking her stack up to over 2 million.
everyone else, I knew that Mitch would be here. Mitch was just a fucking leather ass.
And she's going to be raising it up. And Eric with the ace-king. Going to be putting out the 3-bet. Or did he just call? Yeah, there's the 3-bet. Small 3-bet here from Eric. Oh, and Baby Spider with the disciplined fold. Folding the suited ace. All the players with the suited ace. But Eric with the best suited ace. And we're going to be going heads up to a flop. I think Brown announced check dark. She did. You can see Baby Spider would have outflopped them. And Eric puts out the continuation bet here. I don't think Brown's going to be able to continue. like she brought her teddy bear with her. It's actually a teddy bear / backpack. Thunder Buddies for life. She will be making the fold. So both Eric and Brown, if you do play in the San Antonio area, they have both made final tables at some big events up there in that area. So if they might look a little familiar, if you're from the San Antonio area, we are located 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. Essentially, if you're in San Antonio, the drive to Texas Card House Spring north of Houston, or the drive to Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, just over 3 hours, depending on how fast you drive and what part of San Antonio. T-Rich with the 9s, going to be taking it up to 125. So exactly 2.5x, which has pretty much become the standard open in tournaments. Michael with the ace-jack. He knows T-Rich is a bit on the tighter side.
For everyone watching on TV, this is the worst one I ever made in my life.
And he just announced for everybody watching on the stream, this is the worst fold he's ever made in his life. That's what he just said. And he shakes the camera. That's how mad he is. He storms out of the room. And it was actually not the worst fold he's made in his entire life, because he was beat. T-Rich going to be taking it down.
I was gonna say the same thing as this guy. Might be a good fold, I don't know.
Find out.
We'll see it. We'll see it tomorrow.
So T-Rich over 2 million, and Mitch and Mike, the two short stacks, although they still have over 20 bigs.
Around the clock. We're playing around the clock.
So the plan was to restart day 2 at 5:30. There was a last-minute turbo flight, or the last turbo flight was
And then when you get 6, like for the
started at 1 p.m. and it actually ran late. It ran late, so day 2 did not start until 6:30, and the final table did not make it till 2 in the morning. So these players have been playing a lot of hours today, or last night, or this morning. This is the, let me get the right term in. This is the network premiere of the final table of the Trailblazer series from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. This action did take place. You can see the tablet there in the middle. It looks like 3 in the morning. So this action did take place early this morning. And
What was that flop?
I have a regular 9-to-5 job, so I was not able to do the commentating at 3 in the morning last night or this morning. So the production crew recorded everything last night, this morning, and we are streaming it for the first time with live commentating. So this is all live.
Tightest fold I'm gonna make on this table, I promise.
And Michael comes back and he's still announcing how tight his fold was.
That was all I had. That was all I had in me.
And he comes back to some suited connectors on hand 29. I like this raise here from Michael, trying to make it seem like he's strong, as he just announced he made a super tight fold And he is immediately raising here, so had the table talk earlier to try to lay the groundwork for this move, and it's not going to work. Baby Spider, his spidey senses. Figures it out right away. And Michael's just going to have to fold here. Or not? Nah, he's going to have to fold. How much more is it? Yeah. He does not want to play a pot out of position against the chip leader. He is thinking about it, though. But as I said, he's just going to have to fold it. He knows it. He knows it. And you can see that he did show his good hand when he folded, when he's not showing his bad hand. So on that note, as I said, this final table is from last night / this morning. They started the final table at 2 in the morning. And I avoided talking with anybody. I avoided looking at any social media. That way I did not know who won or what the exact results were. So all this is brand new to me, as it is to you and her.
He's gonna be like, cannot believe he folded that hand. He had him dominated.
Action folded around the T-Rich with the Jack 3. And he's going to fold to the residents of the Woodlands. So these guys essentially drove over 5 hours to sit right next to each other at the final table. Mitch hit in a pair. Michael with a gut shot. Mitch will check it over. Michael does the same. This pot being brought to you by the letter M. Ace of spades on the turn. Mitch still checking. Now Michael going to be putting out a small bet, hoping that Mitchell has none of it, but Mitchell makes the snap call. And now Mitch hitting 2 pair. Actually, he has 3 pair. I think he's going into check call mode here. Really doesn't think or feel that his opponent has an ace, as his opponent would have raised pre-flop with the ace, and also will discount the ace now that 2 aces are on the board. And oh, Michael with the pot size bet here. Oh, and Mitchell calls him right away. He's going to sheepishly show the 4-3.
Not low.
Did the dealer throw out the all-in button, or was it just... Because I thought Mitch just snap called. Yeah.
All I know is I'm due for the next 2 all-ins.
So big bluff on the river for Michael. Getting snap called. You never want to get snap called when you're bluffing. And even Michael was a little surprised. He told Mitch, I thought you had the ace since you called so fast. But Mitch just figured his opponent did not have the ace, and he had second pair.
No, when you started to turn your cards over, top of the floor with an 8 when I get caught bluffing, I always start playing over the same way, no matter what.
Spider with the suited queen. I'm sure he would be playing this hand in late position. Don't know if he's going to play it in early position, though. It looks like he's going to play it in early position. Probably 100 and... Oh, blinds went up to 30-60. So 135. Folded around the Mitch on the button. And Mike, yeah, Mike just might go all in here. This is the play. The blinds went up. He has less than 20 bigs. He has a suited king. Just got caught bluffing. Makes it look like you're kind of steaming as well. The only issue or problem is Michael is really trying to outlast Mitch. So it looks like he's going to take the conservative route here and just make the call. I feel if Michael wasn't trying to outlast Mitch, I feel like he would have gone all in. And a paired board again. Does make the check. Baby Spider checks behind. Both players turn in a straight draw. The 10 hasn't registered yet. Jack makes a straight, right? Yeah, the 10 did register. Yeah, Jack makes a straight, so I'm not sure why the software is not showing. Oh yeah, so the Jack would make. Yeah, okay, there you go. That makes sense. So the Jack makes both players a straight, so the Jack is not an out for Baby Spider. He still has just the 9s as the outs. There you go. So Baby Spider with the delayed C-bet here. That 10 was a diamond. I could see Michael continuing. But now he is the short stack of the table, so really hard to call with no pair, and he will fold in disgust. I know it's real easy to say or to think he should have done this or he should have done that when we see the cards. But as I said before the hand started, I do think Michael would have played the hand differently if he wasn't trying to outlast Mitch. Took a more passive approach there. There's a lot of factors that you have to take in at the final table, and I personally don't think we're there yet, but maybe we are for certain types of players when you have the pay jumps. I do like the payout structure here, as it is not super top heavy. Looks like Eric going to be raising it up just the min raise. I actually do not like this raise just because you're giving the big blind a very good price to call, and of course the big blind's now going to have position on you. Eric going to be checking. He pretty much knows his jack is good. See if he checks again now that 2 hearts are on the board. He's checking again. He's pretty much going into check call mode. Yeah, he's going into check call mode. He was pretty much calling anything that Baby Spider bet. So let's talk about those pay jumps. As I said, The next player getting 3,500. So sometimes if these pay jumps are really big, like I said, me personally, I don't think that it's worth it changing your strategy for $500 or $700 or whatever the case is here at this particular point.
Everyone assumes that me and you like know each other really well.
But
Know some
you don't know anybody's financial situation. To some people, $100 or $500 is not a lot of money. To some people, it's a ton of money.
played on the same tournament table, like
So I don't think we'll see, at least me personally, any sort of ICM implications on some of the moves that these players makes. But as I said, it is a nice spread out payout.
all the time. Like, I barely know this man. Other than that, he's in first on the leaderboard.
No, I apologize for you. I'm embarrassed to be around you. I filled them all at you.
So some nice table banter. There are some microphones above the table. The players are not mic'd up, but there are some microphones above the table. And as I said, Michael is the talker, and Michael kind of telling a little story on how everybody assumes, since him and Mitch are both from the North Houston area, they both live in the Woodlands. They both live in the same city, that they're very good friends. And not to say that they're enemies or whatever, but he's basically said that they really only see each other when they play poker together. So more of an acquaintance. Van Trailer, knowing his King Jack's going to be good here a lot, looks like he's going to make the call. Oh, going to be making the raise. So I believe this was just a limp pot based upon how many chips are in. And the flop came out, and Baby Spider bet his gut shot on the flop, and Van Trailer raising him here. So, as I said, I think this is a limp pot. And this is an interesting line from Van Trailer if he did not indeed raise with King Jack pre-flop. Kind of an unorthodox move. And that's why Baby Spider is thinking about it, but he will finally make the fold. Van Trailer, who does travel around a lot, currently living in Laredo. So there is an actual casino here in Texas. Most people think, or most people will say, there are no casinos in Texas. Well, that is not correct. There is one casino. There's one legal casino in the state of Texas. It is part of the Kickapoo Indian tribe, located in Eagle Pass, Texas. It is known as the Lucky Eagle. They have slot machines and they have a poker room. They don't have any table games, but they have slot machines and they have a poker room. So basically, if you go up the Rio Grande River about 2 hours from the Texas Card House RGV, you will hit Laredo, Texas, where Van Trailer's from, and then if you go up another 2 hours, then you will hit Eagle Pass, where the only casino in Texas is located. Second time Baby Spider plays the 8-4 aggressive. Maybe he's born in 1984, but I don't think he's that old. Kind of hard to be that old when your nickname's Baby Spider. Kind of like Kid Poker. I think he's in his 50s. Kid Poker.
How long until sunrise? I told them it was gonna take. If it played all the way out, I told them it would be level 32. There's 14 million chips in play at 60K big. It's gonna take
Action under the gun on Mitch. Has the nut low. We'll get rid of it. I believe we're going to have a dealer change. Looks like we have Ash Cash waiting in the wings. Michael with the ace-jack. I believe this is the third time he's had this hand tonight. The last time he had it, he did fold. He's not going to be folding this time. He's going to be just over the min raise. The min raise being 120. He makes it 125. Brown with the suited queen. Maybe if she was in the big blind. And T-Rich, you can see that he's dominated. He's getting a really good price, though, but he's going to let it go.
You want to know what I folded when you raised under the gun?
And he will show the ace-jack.
Good fold or bad fold? I thought so.
And yes, indeed, there is a dealer change. So this was or is the breakdown of this tournament. Started 2 Thursdays ago on the 19th. There was 2 flights daily. And the final flight was actually on the 29th. There was a turbo flight at 1 p.m. And day 2 was scheduled to begin at 5:30 p.m. That turbo flight ran a little bit late, so day 2 did not begin until 6:30 p.m. We reached the final table at 2 a.m. And we are over an hour into the final table. We have lost 2 players thus far. Lost John from Spring, Texas, who came into this event 2nd place in the Trailblazer points. And then we lost a local player, Fernie from Mission, Texas. Fernie's from this area, but I don't think that I've ever played with him before. Not to say that I've played with everybody who lives down here in this area, but normally if a player has played here in the Texas Card House before, I have at least seen him before, but he was a new face to me, so maybe Fernie just getting into tournament play. So saw this happen at the last dealer change. There was a dealer change the very first hand. Baby Spider raising it up, and he's doing it again this time. And Brown going to be making the call on the button. What does T-Rich do? Does he put out the 3-bet? I don't think he's going to put out a 3-bet, but he's going to call. It's actually a real good hand to 3-bet with, T-Rich's hand. But as I mentioned earlier, he normally does not get out of line. And he's just going to be making the call. Pocket 3 is the best hand right now, but you can see T-Rich with the best equity.
Have you ever seen someone in a cash game bet like 350 and then expose their hand to the person? That was pretty sick. Once he took more than 10 seconds, I knew he didn't have 6s or better, so I was like,
So Brown's thinking about representing here, and you can see there's over $500,000 in the pot. Oh, she goes all in. Wow. It's going to work, but a bit of a crazy move there, because if you get called in that position, you're pretty much drawn dead. Did not think anybody had the 7. Was correct. But Brown does seem to be playing pretty aggressive, as it's about the 3rd or 4th time she's been all in. So 2x leaderboards points, 1 automatic qualifier for the 50K. So the winner of this event will automatically get qualified into the 50K pre-roll. There are also the bag bonuses as 2 players double bagged, and the last bonus on the lower right-hand corner, unlimited hours. And that went to the player with the most entries. And that player is at the final table. That's going to be Mitch. So it is already past 3 in the morning last night or this morning. You can kind of hear the cleaning crew starting to vacuum in the background. So we're going to go heads up. Baby Spider and Brown. Probably be a chop pot if it goes to showdown. I don't think it's going to go to showdown, though. Both these players on the aggressive side. Check, check on the flop. Both players turning a straight draw. Each player needing the other player's hold card, but right now we're looking at a chop pot if this goes to showdown. But as I said, I don't think that's going to happen with these two players.
I'm always worried when I go
This is why I say goofy shit all the time. Because
Baby Spider
and I'm like,
with the bet.
life is
And Brown going to look him up.
black vagina, white penis,
The ace on the river, both players thinking that they got there.
goofy shit and make people laugh, bro. I'm comfortable with who I am as a person.
But it was a chop pot before the river, and it's going to be a chop pot. And they both show the ace. So coming up in Texas Card House, Dallas, the Dallas location. You have this event going on right now, the New Year's Bang. Of course, the Trailblazer series going to be making a stop at the end of January. That's all in North Texas, but right now we are in South Texas for the final table of the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley Trailblazer title event. Van Trailer, haven't heard from him in a while. He is going to be making the raise here with the suit at 10. And you can see that there's some spectators looming around. Got a little rail going. So both players with 10 high here. Van Trailer, the aggressor, which probably means he's going to win the pot. Board does pair. Van Trailer going to put out the continuation bet, and that should get it done. Eric cannot call here. He can only raise, but he will make the fold. It's hard to make a pair, and a lot of times you're just going to win with aggression. So if you tune into our streams here in the Rio Grande Valley, we do stream twice a week. We stream on the main channel, which is this channel, TCH Live Poker. We stream on Friday nights. There are 6 different Texas card houses across the state of Texas. 4 of them stream. So all of them have their schedule. Our schedule is on Wednesdays and Fridays. Friday nights we stream on this channel, TCH Live Poker. And on Wednesday nights we stream on the secondary channel. Secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words. There are 2 different channels. OT Rich with the ladies. He's going to go 2.5x here. Up to 150. Baby Spider calling a little light here. He does have connecting cards. And he might continue here as he does have 4 4s available. T-Rich putting on the continuation bet. Be interested to see what Baby Spider does here.
Houston versus the Valley.
What, 2 against 5? That's not a fair fight. I mean, I used to box, but that's still not a fair fight. 2 against 5, bro.
So Baby Spider called with a gut shot. Now he has open-ended. But he's going to have to pay $400,000 to see it. Baby Spider knows that T-Rich has a big hand. Oh, he's going to let it go.
The only people from Houston left are me and Mitch. 2 against 5, not a fair fight. You know, like I said, I used to box, but 2 against 5, that's not good. You know, that's not good.
So T-Rich up to second place now.
So, when Laredo is the number 956, the article, maybe down to 956.
So Mike with less than 20 big blinds now. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000. So 10 big blinds being 600,000. And 20 big blinds being 1.2 million. We can see Mike has less than 1.2 million. So
Well, I'm from Mexico. Actually, I'm from Mexico.
Well,
So T-Rich picking up another pocket pair.
South Mexico.
you're from the mountains.
Shotgun, Mexico.
So we got 3 people. We got 3 people from the valley. 1 from the mountains of Mexico. The goat herder. She's out there herding goats, just milking them at night. You know?
Van Trailer with the suited ace.
Yeah, that's cool. 3 from the valley.
He will be making the call. Does this bring Brown along?
From Houston.
Ox City.
No, Brown was under the gun.
Fuck other states, you know. Texas is where it's at. Well, 6 from
Huge flop for Van Trailer here. Flops a pair and a flush draw. Let's see if he check raises. He does check.
It's not a fair
Check was announced. And T-Rich going to be putting out the continuation bet here to 250. So almost a pot size bet. Van Trailer going to figure out if he's going to go with this hand. No, he's just going to call. T-Rich does not like this at all, as he just has 9s. Flush draw gets there. So Van Trailer turning the nuts. Will be checking. And T-Rich is not going to like that 3rd diamond. There was 1 overcard on the flop to his pocket pair. Now there are 2 overcards. And it does go check, check. T-Rich is drawn dead here. Van Trailer, I would imagine, going to be putting out a small bet here. About 200. No, he's going to go with the larger sizing. Yeah, so really don't see this a lot. Where on the flop, there was basically a pot-sized bet. And now on the river, there's basically a pot-sized bet by different players each time. So that's going to take Van Trailer up to second place now.
We'll be watching on YouTube.
Are you working tomorrow?
Yes.
Tomorrow
I'll
night?
stop by and let you know.
Cool.
Tomorrow night?
No, tomorrow afternoon.
We'll be here.
I'll
When you
stop
come
by.
back, we'll
I'll
be
stop
here.
by and say
I'll bring
goodbye to
tacos
all
in
my
the
new
morning.
valley.
Yeah, bring tacos in the morning.
Except for you guys.
So Michael was joking earlier that he is outnumbered, as it's Houston versus the Rio Grande Valley, as him and Mitch from the Houston area. But Eric in seat 1 saying that he does live in the valley, but he was actually born and raised in Mexico. Brown making the call with the suited jack. Out of the big blind. Oh, and she's going to hit trips. Should be checking here, and does. Let's see if Eric puts out the C-bet. He does not. Is that a full house? Is that the jack of spades on the turn? It goes check, check again. So Brown with her second full house of the final table. And she puts out a tiny bet, targeting an ace. And that tiny bet is going to work, as Eric called with the ace high.
I could have given away 3 pieces to David.
So nice play by Brown, getting some value out of her full house. Totally understand the call there by Eric, though. A lot of times, ace high is going to be good there on a double paired board.
You guys are waiting for me to bust out. I'm really good at playing 13 blinds. So, wait for somebody else.
Action going to be on Mitch with the 6-3. Nice hand for Baccarat. Not so much show under the gun in poker. Michael with the King 10 offsuit does have about 13 big blinds. I don't think he's going to play this hand. If he had more big blinds, which I think is why he delayed folding, because I think normally with more than 20 big blinds he's raising, but since he had the less than 20 big blinds, as I said, especially at the final table, your ranges really become a lot smaller. But when you're the chip leader, your range can be really big. You can take 8-3, which is 11 in blackjack. You can raise with it. Great hand for blackjack, terrible hand for poker, but Baby Spider has the chip lead, and he is applying pressure to his opponents.
So I want to see into the club WPT gold free roll. Do you want to hear about my fucking blackjack session at the Win?
Oh, T-Rich with the ladies. Here comes the 3-bet. Pretty sure Baby Spider's going to be folded pretty quickly.
My third $1,200 bullet, I ran 3,600 up to 9K. Got to 0. I bought in, I got it for 5,300.
And there's the 3-bet. You can actually see, and this is very good, on what T-Rich did. If you're ever playing on a stream table, you can see he makes eye contact with the dealer and announces his action. And the reason why you want to do that is the dealer does have their ears covered as they are talking with the production crew. So T-Rich, he has played on our stream before. He has played on our cash game stream before. So he knows that he needs to make sure that the dealer hears him. So he makes eye contact with the dealer and announces his action to make sure that the dealer knows.
In 2002, they banned me. And I went
what?
back last
Who did
year.
you slap across the face?
I went back
Did you
last
get
year,
banned?
and I couldn't even get. I fought in at the table, and before I.
Mike with the ace-8. As I said, he has about. He has less than 20 big blinds. He won't be able to call. Won't be able to raise under the gun. Baby Spider, AC Deucey. Gonna be raising it up.
I didn't even get to keep playing. They pulled.
Looks like the min race to 120.
Said you can't play here anymore. So I went back and I went to this last time when I went to Vegas to go to
Nice hand for T-Rich, but I don't think he's gonna be calling out of the small blind. If he's big blind,
Golden Nugget. No, Horseshoe, I'm sorry.
oh no, he's making the call. Okay.
So when I sit down and I'm freaking
So T-Rich opening up his range here.
like I said, I didn't even get my
And that's gonna give Mitch
for 200.
a very good price to call with his suited connector. So everybody with suited cards, diamonds, spades, and clubs, which of course you mean, which of course hearts are going to come on the flop, right? Let's see. Oh, 2 diamonds. Oh, huge flop for T-Rich. Flops a flush draw and a straight draw, and he is going to check. I don't see Baby Spider putting on the C-bet here against 2 opponents. He does check. Board paired on the turn. What does T-Rich do with his hand now? I believe his plan was to check raise the flop. And now that the board is paired, he is going to check. So it is checked around the Baby Spider, and he checks again. The queen coming on the river for T-Rich.
I was playing a singles at table. I don't count cards
Does he check one last time?
from a singles.
And I don't see Baby Spider bluffing here.
In Florida, they don't allow poker in the pool rooms back then. Poker was
And it does get checked. So T-Rich going to show his hand.
gin.
And that's going to take him up to over 2 million again.
Rummy. And in gin rummy, you remember the cards that are with discount cards, and you can figure out what the player has. Like after 5.
There's certain board textures which are going to favor your pre-flop aggression or favor you calling out of the big blind and defending, and Baby Spider knew that. And with 2 opponents, he just decided to check it down, thinking that one of his opponents had a pair.
So I had a 14 against an 18, taking the chance, you know? That's what busted me. I did that one too many times. Hitting 15.
So action on Eric with the quick fold.
We were down to like
Baby Spider with the ladies.
14 and 15 on 18. On an 8 showing, right?
Raised to 120.
And he min raised it last hand with the aces, min raising it again to 120. Makes it hard
I did it a couple times.
for your opponents to put you on a hand
And I'm hitting 13
when you always raise the same amount.
at 10, and I'm hitting a 12.
Mike wants to play, but
I just,
like I said, he has less than 20 big blinds. As a matter of fact,
like I said,
he's got about 15 big blinds now, so
caught me a room.
he's
Mirage already, but
pretty handcuffed with his,
caught me another match at Mirage, so they were this
yeah, and he's going to be folding.
board already come over.
He knows that King High is going to be good a lot in that situation,
It's like, I guess,
but he also knows that he's going to be out of position, and he really doesn't have a lot of wiggle room with his chip stack.
oh, that all counts. It's already written out. So can't play it.
So if you are just tuning in, this is the final table for the Trailblazer Series, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. This is the 3rd stop of the Trailblazer Series. Next month it'll be at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colimas. So it goes from South Texas to North Texas.
0.2% favorite. Well, 51.2 to
This event taking place
47.8.
last night, early this morning. And this is the premiere
Small advantage if the player plays
of this event.
blackjack.
It was recorded last night, and we are now streaming it for the first time. I'm seeing it for the first time,
Couldn't believe it.
as you are.
I'm in Vegas in 10 years, and the last time I went, I didn't play blackjack. So when I went for the World Series, the first time I've gone for WSOP, I went for the mini main, and I played Omaha at RA.
So 3 ways we go,
The table
And it's going to be Baby Spider
Wow.
hitting the king. Should be putting on the continuation bet. No, he checks to the turn. King still out in front right now. Eric needed a queen for a straight or an ace to take the lead. And he's going to check. I can't see Baby Spider checking again. There's the bet. I was a little surprised on the check on the flop. But he is betting the best hand here. That's Brown with the fours. 4 overcards plus another player to worry about. She will let the fours go. Now Eric is thinking about it, but he's not going to be able to call. The bet's going to be too big. These players started playing at 6:30 p.m. yesterday, day number 2. 26 players making day 2 of this event. 2 players double bagging. And the final table started at 2 a.m. And I believe right now it's probably about, this coverage is from 3:30 a.m. Van Trailer with the ace jacks, raising it up to 125, so just over a min raise as the blinds are 30,000, 60,000. I believe blinds are going up next hand. Sounds like the timer is counting down, so Brown will make the fold. T-Rich also making the fold. Mitch with the 9s. How much does he have in his stack? He has just over 20 bigs. So if he had less than 20 bigs, he might have put on the all in there, but instead he just makes the call. And Baby Spider with the worst hand in poker. It is suited though, and it's basically a min race for him to call, so he's going to make the call. We're going to go 4 ways to a pot of exactly 500,000 in the middle, and it's going to be 10 high. So both Eric and Mitch with a pocket pair. Van Trailer, your initial raiser, putting on the continuation bet. And he's going to get immediately called by Mitch. Does Eric get away? No, Eric's not getting away from his 8s. As a matter of fact, he's raising here. Doesn't think anybody has the 10, and he is correct. And he might get the best hand to fold here. So, Van Trailer with a small continuation bet. As a matter of fact, the smallest with the 60,000. Oh, nice play by Eric here. He's going to be surprised when he re-watches this that he was able to get 9s to fold, and I'm sure Mitch will also be surprised that Eric did not have the 10 there, that he actually folded the best hand. So a raise pre-flop to 125,000 from Van Trailer, 4 ways to the flop. And he put out the minimum C-bet you can, which was 60,000. And blinds are up 40,000, 80,000. T-Rich with the 9s. And he's going to 225. Mitch calling. This time he has the worst pocket pair. None of these players want to see big cards. Oh, T-Rich hit it a set, but it is all spades. And a quick fold for Mitch. So we do have a new system, at least me, myself. I have a new system. Before I used to have comments, access to the YouTube comments. I do not have access to the new YouTube comments, but I am taking out my phone. So let me just go through the comments real quick, kind of give somebody some shout outs. After this hand. So Mitch is now down to about 10 big blinds. Has a, and he's going all in here with the King Jack. Michael trying to outlast him, hoping that somebody calls him and knocks him out. Van Trailer with the suited ace does have the best hand right now. He is asking for a count. It's going to be about a third of his stack. I could see Van Life calling if he was in the big blind here, but he's in the small blind, so he still has a player left to worry about. But he knows that Mitch is in the danger zone. So as I said, after this hand, I'll go through the YouTube comments. I'm essentially just pulling up the YouTube comments on the phone. Yeah, Van Trailer going to be making the fold. I do understand it was for a third of his stack, and he still had another player left to worry with. Does somebody making a comment? Seat 9, chewing a whole pack of gum. Actually, that was a taco from Taco Palenque. Taco Palenque, based out of Laredo, Texas, but pretty have locations in San Antonio, Austin, and of course here in the Rio Grande Valley as well. Taco Palenque, they're open 24 hours. And this is probably, yeah, this is 4 a.m. from last night, this morning. You can see the tablet in the middle. When it lights up, it shows the time that this took place. I mentioned this earlier. I do have a normal 9-to-5 job, so I wasn't able to do the commentating live last night, but they did record it. So this happened 12 hours ago, I guess, or less than 24 hours ago. Baby Spider has had the chip lead most of this final table, and he is taking the 7-4 and being aggressive. I do see on the YouTube, at least, got a lot of people tuning in. Oh, Baby Spider going to be hitting the 7 here, out flopping Brown. Does he put out the C bet? Brown going to be checking. And Baby Spider going to be putting out the continuation bet here. Going to be hard for Brown to call out of position. If she was in position, she might be able to make the call. We actually saw him get involved in a hand earlier where he bet the turn with ace high, and she called him in position with ace high. But being out of position, it's going to be hard for her to continue. Did have the best hand pre-flop with the king queen. No longer has the best hand. Yeah, she's going to let it go. All right, YouTube comments. I do know we are streaming on multiple platforms. I only have access to the YouTube comments, and the only reason why is because I'm literally pulling up the YouTube on my phone.
I mean, some
So this is our first time airing this. This was recorded last night, but this is live commentated. So if you do make any comments on YouTube, I will be able to answer the questions on the YouTube. Somebody watching from the Philippines. Nice. All right, Michael. Miguel in Espanol, he's going to be making the fold. So the two players from the Houston area right now are two short stacks. They're each trying to outlast each other because of the points. Baby Spider just raising with 7 high last hand. Now he has 9 high, and he's going to be raising once again. Really putting the pressure on his opponents, forcing them to make a hand, forcing them to make a stand. And Mitch, who is the short stack, is going to... It is a min raise. You can see Mitch has less than 10 big blinds, but it is a min raise, and he does have some suited cards. So he's going to try to outflop Baby Spider, even though he's out in front. Oh, 2 pair. He is hoping his opponent has an ace. He's going to go all in. He's not messing around. He's not going to try to check raise here. And a quick fold from Baby Spider. All right, as I said, I'm just going through the YouTube comments right now. Mentioned in C9 it was a 2-and-a-hole pack of gum, but like I said, it was a taco from Taco Palenque. They are open 24 hours, and the tacos are good. All is well. Asking in the comments how many entries. So let's break that down right there. There was a total of 338 entries built in a prize pool of $71,000. You can see first place taken home tonight, or this morning, shall I say, over $10,000, $11,500 to be exact. We got CK watching from the Philippines. He's coming to play some Texas tournament poker next month in Austin, and have been easy for me to say, binge watching, there you go, these past events. Grateful for the study material. So actually, CK, we have a dealer that's also a part-time commentator that works here. The infamous Cajun Asian. Oh, aces for Brown here. And she raises it up to 180. And Michael trying to outlast Mitch because of the points. He's going to make the call. The king is suited. He does not want to hit a king or an 8. So, good flop for him, even though he doesn't know it, since he did not hit a pair. Should go check bet. There's the check. There's the bet. Brown actually just put Michael all in. And Michael will make the quick fold. So the Cajun Asian who works here is actually going to the Philippines next month. That's the Asian part of the Cajun Asian. He's from the Philippines. So we actually have somebody from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, who will be at the Philippines next month. And somebody watching from the Philippines, the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley stream. Somebody asking, is this live or a replay from earlier? So it was recorded at 2 in the morning, and this commentating is live. The commentating is live. The action took place at 2 in the morning, but I have not heard any of the results. I have not seen any of the results. All this is brand new to me. So Brown just winning the last hand, thinking about raising here with the 9-8. And normally, if it wasn't for the short stack of Mitch, normally I think I would like this raise. But Mitch, and this is exactly why I mentioned this, that Is Mitch just calling here? Oh, wow. So Mitch just calling here. And probably about the third or fourth time I said this, but both Mitch and Michael, they're trying to outlast each other for the Trailblazer Series points. Big flop for Brown as he flops open ender here with the 9-8. And she just might put Mitch all in here. He's definitely going to be putting out a bet. You raise with 9 high and you flop open-ended, you're going to be continuing, and she will. And Mitch is not going to be able to continue. He started the hand with over 10 big blinds, and now he has exactly 10 big blinds. Makes it very hard to get out of line with a short stack. All right, so once again, YouTube comments. So mentioned the seat 9, Michael with the Taco Palenque taco. Mentioned how many entries. Mentioned the Philippines. Is this live or replay? Already mentioned that. We got Desmond Williams. What's up top? He's asking how much is first place. 11,500 for first. We got Playground Sports in the chat as well. Playground Sports cards. So the players did have the option to play it out or to come back, and they chose to play it out. So this action from 4 a.m. this morning. T-Rich with the dog, the K9. Uh-oh. And now Mitch is going all in. I feel like he should have gone all in last hand. T-Rich does have a decision here. He knows his king high is not good. It's going to be too much for him to call. You can see it's about a third of his stack. Phony Turgeson, hello everybody. Hope you had a good week and happy holidays. Don't forget to hit the like button. Rebel Poker pointing out Brown's backpack. Does she have a bear for a backpack? Yeah, she does. Also sending a shout out to Jedi Master. Somebody else, Lee, making a comment about the bear backpack. I think Lee is joining us from England. T-Rich raising it last hand, gonna raise it again. This time only raises it to 160. This time he puts out the min raise. And he's gonna get a fold from Eric. And everybody gonna fold. So the chips he lost last hand makes him right up. We are live on the YouTube comments. Got over 150 people watching right now. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. The only access I have to is YouTube, and that's off my phone. Commentating is live. This is the first time we are airing this event, which took place early this morning here in South Texas. Final table was reached at 2 a.m. And right now it is probably about 4:30 local time for this stream. Is Mike going with this hand? Yeah, Mike is going with this hand. He has less than 10 big blinds. He has a suited king. And he does not want to get called here as he's trying to outlast Mitch. Baby Spider thinking about calling here. He is the chip leader. Was it 525 an ounce or 715? Oh, it's only 525, so the graphics were actually wrong on how many chips Michael had. So Michael having about 7 big blinds there. And nobody going to be able to call. And Michael's going to be doing that a couple more times before the night is over. Yeah, so Jason, I believe, asking about the big blind ante. Yes, there is a big blind ante. So the blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with the 80,000 big blind ante, and you can see the dealer just pulling in the big blind ante there.
I would have loved if you called me a 6-7 offsuit there, buddy. 6-7 offsuit exactly.
So let's see if it's added to the pot. To be honest with you, I haven't even looked at that detail, but as we can see, sometimes the graphics are off. See, it's showing 120 in the pot, so it'll be 80 and 80, 160. Yeah, so it should be 200 in the pot. So yeah. So you are correct, Jason, that the graphics are not showing the big blind in. However, there is a big blind ante. So that's going to be, so whenever the players get awarded a pot, the players are actually going to be winning more than the graphics keep up. Which should have meant when Michael went all in that he had more chips than that was actually listed, but turned out he had less chips that were actually listed. So Baby Spider, seat 2. His brother actually works at a TCH Social in Austin. And he does play a lot of tournaments up in that area. Or Michael's going to be going all in here. He was going to be going all in with a lot of hands, but with jacks, for sure. Taking the little pause, making it seem like he has a decision when in fact he does not. He has less than 10 bigs. He has a pocket pair. You're going all in, and you can see him announcing to the dealer he's all in. Does anybody have anything to call him with? Brown with the ace, but it's going to be too much for her, I think. You do have to take the big blind ante into account. So Lee in the comments saying Spider is focused. He's got the spidey senses, that's for sure. Brown's actually thinking about this because she knows about the big blind ante. And that Michael's under the gun, so this next hand, he's going to have to put out 80K in chips just for the blind. And Michael does show the jacks, or the jiggities as the kids call it.
Yeah, if you folded ace queen, then you would have been the real bet.
Right, no, you know what I mean? That one I'm going to go for, but
So Brown saying that she thought that Michael had a better ace,
I knew you were pushing something.
but he did have a better hand. So Michael has gone all in twice, but he is still the short stack, and he still has less than 10 big blinds, and now he is the big blind.
Like I'm ready to like pop off like one of your all-ins or his, whoever's.
But it's basically going to be a third of somebody's chip stacks if they're going to call him, as everybody else having around 2 million. This is an interesting play here of Baby Spider. He's been, should be a min raise, should be up to 160. Yeah. So he's doing the min raise here because I think he's going to fold to a jam from Michael. T-Rich has a very playable hand on the button, and he's going to take the king-queen for a spin. Mitch with the ace.
7 folds.
And 7-4 suited for Michael. Another 80 for him to call, but he doesn't have a lot of big blinds to work with. Does have the pot odds. Doesn't have the chips to speculate, but he is going to speculate.
3 players.
Pretty much, this is going to be a stop and go, as the stop was calling, and now the go is going all in for Michael. So does he check? Wow. I'm surprised with his chip stack that he checked this flop here. Getting a little tricky. He has top pair and a straight draw. And he's going to be tricky no more. There's the all in. I think Baby Spider's priced in, and he knows it. He does not like this. He figured that his opponents would have big cards in this situation, and that's normally supposed to be the case, so all small cards came, and you can see he is disgusted.
It's alright, bro. You're allowed to fold.
Michael with the table talk saying you are allowed to fold. You can see there's 1.5 million in the pot. Baby Spider has the 10 as an out. He also has a 4 as an out. He pretty much figures his opponent has a pair that's on the board. And I think that's making him lean towards calling, thinking that his 10 is live. He knows his opponent doesn't have a big pocket pair because his opponent would have gone all in pre-flop. So he feels like his cards are live. Oh, he's going to let it go. The painful fold. So the check on the flop by Michael, earning him some more chips. And now he is no longer the short stack. Now it's his it's Mitch. So Mitch coming into this event was leading the points for the Trailblazer series. Next stop next month in Dallas. But at the end of the series is going to be making a stop at all of the different Texas Card House locations. Has already made a stop at TCH Social in Austin. Made a stop last month at Texas Card House in Spring, which is where Mitch accumulated most of his points. Making a stop here in South Texas. And next month will be in North Texas. Brown raising it up with the King 10. Min raise being to 160. She raises it up to 180. And the short stack Mitch going all in here. Does have more than 10 big blinds. You can see it's going to be basically for half of Brown's chips. She's not going to be able to call, but oh, she is asking for a count. Well, let's see if the count is accurate that we have, because the count is showing that it's 1 million. Yeah, I believe it is 1 million. I heard 900 more. I think this is more of a timing thing. She doesn't want to give off any timing tells. It's basically for half her stack. I cannot see her calling it off here with just king high. Yeah, she's going to make the fold. And Mitch saying, if you show me yours, I'll show you mine.
On like ace 5.
Mitch is going to show either way.
Well, if she put you on ace 5 and she still folded, then ace queen was definitely good.
Yep. Yep.
You don't never know how to pull now. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well,
He never bluffs.
No, I mean, I would never shove with ace 5. That you can believe.
you're on the button, you found an ace, you know what I mean, and you shift. So, I mean, I figured the kick card's kind of irrelevant, you know what I mean?
Okay, all you have to do is watch the live.
So even though the two short stacks
Never shove with ace 5.
Never bluffs.
Never.
are short stacked,
I'm assuming you at least.
in order for a player to call him, it's gonna cost them about half their chips here,
Flip it around there.
a third of their chips minimum. So it's gonna be hard for them to get called light.
I knew you.
No, I understand.
Pocket sevens for Van Trailer.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Mostly everybody's been raising to 180, but he's not mostly everybody. He's gonna raise to 185. Brown with the 9-8 has definitely been the loosest player at the table. Has definitely had the widest range. Previous hand she had King 10 offsuit, raised with that, and now she is calling a raise with the 9-8 suited. Michael should be going all in here with the Ace King. He did get a little tricky with the 7-4 last time, so maybe he gets tricky, but this is the all-in slam dunk all-in, especially with two callers. You have Van Trailer that raised. There's the all-in. Yeah. You have one player that raised, two players that called. You have so much dead chips in the middle that even if you don't get a call here, you're going to win. You're going to win a lot of blinds by just raising and taking here. Van Trailer has the best hand, but you can see he has two players left behind him. And this is going to be too much for him to call, I think. Yeah, nobody else could be able to call here. So he started the hand with 1.4 million, and this is going to take him up to over 2 million. He's going to show the Ace King. Yeah, so he won at 675. Well, he actually won more than that because the big blind Annie's not there. So winning over 700K when you start it with 1.4. So not the double up, but he gets the half up. The biggest thing is he did not get called, so he was never at risk.
I think you're supposed to call me with that, man. I'm just being honest.
It's close. But the two people behind me, you know, like.
So Van Trailer announcing that he folded pocket tens. He did fold a pocket pair. He did fold the best pair, but it wasn't pocket tens. T-Rich with the ace. He's going to raise it to 175.
I put you there. You're 18 or 18, I was racing no matter what. Like I said, I snapped if I don't have two behind.
Michael with a pocket pair. Now he has some chips to play with. Had less than 10 big blinds earlier. Now he has more than 20 big blinds.
On the button, squeeze,
Should be calling here.
you know.
But I have to reevaluate my whole life situation. I have way more chips than I had like 10 minutes ago.
And that's exactly what he's announced at the table. He said he has way more chips than he had 10 minutes ago, so he needs to figure out how to play this hand. As dependent on your stack size, that depends on how aggressive or passive you play a hand. And he's going to be making a call here with sevens. Baby Spider with the Jack 10 suited. It is a pretty hand, and he's going to be making the call. What does Van Trailer do? Van Trailer's getting a really good price. He has a 3. I don't know what the other card is. We're going 4 ways to the flop of over 700,000. So it's 780,000 because the big blind is not in there yet. Oh, set of sevens. Set of sevens for Michael. T-Rich hidden second pair. It looks like T-Rich is going to bet here.
6 bets, 300.
So 300. T-Rich hoping nobody has the king. And the good news is nobody has the king. The bad news is somebody has a set. So Michael, now with newfound chips, probably just going to be calling here. No reason to raise. No flush draws on the board. And he does. Hoping his opponent has a king. Is this a double gut shot? Yeah, this is a double gut shot for Baby Spider. Needs an 8 or needs a queen. And he makes the call. And T-Rich does not like this at all. T-Rich did not like one call. T-Rich does not want to see an ace or a 9. Club? A club for fun? No, it's a tray. 1.6 in the middle. T-Rich knows his 9 is no longer good. And Michael should be putting out a bet. Has a pot-sized bet here. 1.6 in the middle. Well, 1.68 in the middle. And he has 1.67 in his stack. And he is announcing a bet. He's betting 850. So he's pretty much putting in half his stack here. And everybody should be folding. T-Rich knows that his 9 is not good. And there's the fold. Is he going to show? He shows the dealer. So you can go back. I'm not able to rewind because I am seeing this live. But you can go back. But he had about 550,000 maybe 10 hands ago. And now he has... Now he's the chip leader. Wow. He has over 3 million in his chips check now. He went from short stack to chip leader. And I don't think he was ever at risk. I don't think he ever got called. I mean, he moved all in a couple of times, but he never got called. So pretty crazy there. Goes from short stack, had about 600,000 in chips about 10 hands ago, now has 3.2. Yeah, so somebody else once again asking Spiritual Fish how many players were in the start of the tournament. I'll break down the payouts and the entries right after this hand. I can see the YouTube comments on my phone, not on the screen. Baby Spider losing the chip lead, but he is not deterred. He has the button. He knows he has a lot of power by being on the button, so he's going to be raising the king. And it looks like Brown is going to be defending. I'm pretty sure Brown has a better hand than King 4 here. Do not know what the other card that Brown has, but I can guarantee you that it's better than a 4. So the percentages are not flashing up because we do not know the exact cards. And it looks like it's going to go check to the river. And Brown checking once again. So what was her other card?
We're fixed to be a 20 big blind average right now.
Just need something bigger than an 8. Oh, she does not have something bigger than an 8, so it's a chop pot. So it's queens, King 10-8. And somebody on the YouTube comments asking about the entries in the payout. So this tournament started 2 Thursdays ago, December the 19th. Less than a $200 buy-in, more than a $50K guaranteed was pretty much the breakdown of it, and this is how it wound up. 338 entries, prize pool of $71,000. First place, $11,500. Second place, not a bad drop-off. A lot of times you see first place like $20,000 and second place $5,000 or something, but second place $7,700. So Michael, the new chip leader, these players started the final table at 2 a.m. This was recorded last night, this morning, and this is the first time we were broadcasting it. The commentating is live. The action was from last night, this morning. The commentating is live. Oh, so this is he goes from 500,000 to 3.2 million, and now he has aces. Van Trailer going to be making the call with the suited connectors. Starting in hand with about 20 big blinds. Normally, if you have more than 20, you're able to call with speculative hands, and especially on the button. The Van Trailer with the 9-8 of diamonds. And he's going to miss. Ace of clubs in Michael's hand, 2 clubs on the board. He's going to be checking, and blinds will be going up after this hand. Van Trailer hoping to see a jack. Oh, there's the jack, but it is the jack of clubs. So Michael not drawing dead, as now he has a flush draw. What a turn card. And Michael checking. And Van Trailer betting 200. And Michael. Oh, Michael going to be going all in here. I don't think Van Trailer can fold. The flop went check, check. And now Michael with the ace of clubs. Putting Van Trailer to the test. A king also will make him the winner, but he needs a club or a king. I don't think Van Trailer can fold here, but it is easy for me to say when I see the cards. It looks like we're going to have a break after this hand. Yeah, I was going to say there's the call. You call for a jack, you get a jack. How much does this leave him with if he folds? It'll leave him with just over 10 big blinds because blinds are going up next hand. They're going to be on a 10-minute break here, so blinds, yeah. He makes the call. So Michael's going to be surprised that he is up against a straight here. Yeah. Oh, and he gets there. The club get in there. So Michael a little surprised that Van Trailer taking too long to call, but Van Trailer thought that Michael had ace-king and that he was drawn dead, but Michael very excited. So what an action turn. The jack of clubs making the straight for Van Trailer, giving Michael the nut flush draw, and Michael hits the nut flush draw. So these players are on a 10-minute break. YouTube chat is live. So YouTube chat is live, so we got some time if you guys have any questions on the YouTube chat. We'll do the AM
2 for 2.
Hey,
Hey, I said if I win
ask
the first
me
3
anything.
all-ins I play, it's over. I'm 2 for 2, so I got 1 more to go.
So 10-minute break.
Jack, I'm on with aces there, got
As
diamonds,
we are on this 10-minute break,
tanking with that.
I did just post right now on YouTube, AMA, ask me anything.
Bro, you made a queen high straight. You
But for the new viewers that are just viewing in, this is the final table from the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley for the Trailblazer Series. This event started on the 19th, 2 Thursdays ago. 26 players advanced to day number 2. Day number 2 started at 6:30 p.m. yesterday.
If I bet the flop, you just fold. I cannot believe it ran out Jack of diamonds, 9, Jack of clubs, 9 of clubs. I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, so this started, day 2 started yesterday at 6:30 p.m. and they got down to the final table at 2 a.m. last night this morning. The average stack was around 40 big blinds, and this is our first time streaming this from last night this morning. The commentating is live. So there's the breakdown, there's the before, and here's the after. Here's what's wound up on the after. 338 entries, $71,000 prize pool, 11K up top. Yeah, so we got Rafael Jimenez commenting on the YouTube. Bruto. Yeah, that was a brutal turn.
360 and 1 for the race off.
We got Jay Stevens with a comment. Opinion on showing cards. I prefer choice spots where you either tilt someone showing a bluff or occasionally show the nuts so your bluff would work. And I think I pretty much agree with that statement. At least for me in general, I know different players, different folks, different strokes. But in general, I prefer not to show. But if I know showing is going to put somebody on tilt, then I do show. So I pretty much agree with that statement from Jay Stevens. And yeah, you sometimes have to show. That way your bluffs get through. Pine Row asking if I fired a bullet. I did not. I mentioned this earlier. I do have a normal 9 to 5 job. And the holiday's a busy time. So I did not fire a bullet, as I wanted to be available to do the commentating. And you can see they are coloring up. So the general manager getting some stream time there. Declan, the Irishman. So Declan, the general manager down here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. I know he used to be at, I want to say TCH Social Las Colimas. So he used to be in North Texas. Now he is down here in South Texas. So Declan, very unique name. And he's kind of a unique guy. So Rafael Jimenez kind of agreeing with Steven's statement about showing. They have to pay to show. And they're going to be doing the race-off here. So the pink chips are coming out of play as the blinds are going to be going up next hand. So next month, this series is going to be going from South Texas, going to travel north 8 hours to North Texas. And both of these locations will be having events for the Trailblazer Series. And I'm sure that both Michael and Mitch are going to be there, as they are in the top 5 in points right now. So the title event, the prize pool, $1 million guaranteed. $800 buy-in. They also have a $400K guaranteed event for only $365. There's going to be a PLO high roller event as well as a Hold'em high limit event. 20 events spread out over, what is that, like 12 days? 2 different locations, North Texas. That is the next stop for the Trailblazer series. The current stop is right here. If you are in North Texas, they actually have a 500K event going on right now at Texas Card House Dallas. So this is going on right now. $500 is the entry fee with a starting flight at 10 a.m. and a starting flight at 5 p.m. And then if for whatever reason you don't make day 2 of the New Year's Bang, they also have another tournament on January 1st at 10 a.m. So pretty much everybody celebrated New Year's Eve, so that's the 31st. So as long as you don't party too much, you can wake up the next morning and still enter a 50K guaranteed tournament at the Texas Card House Dallas. So we are currently on break. We'll see exactly what time it is. You can see the tablet right there in front of the dealer. So the clock does sometimes flash up. I want to say it's probably about 5 in the morning right now. This was recorded last night or this morning. And we are going, this was recorded last night, but this is being streamed for the first time right now. So the commentating is live. The commentating is live. And we are answering questions on YouTube.
Fuck no, I'm good and I would just pick the blind. I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, then I was wrong.
Yeah. Not a dead button. The button is is brown. Because one of the reasons why a van trailer called is because he was on the button last time.
18% into the next day. It's crazy. 25% of the day is gone. So we do 50, 100.
So let's see. There we go. So 4:47. So this hand took place at 4:47 a.m. this morning. Michael nodded his seat. He will get folded.
I told you I'm embarrassed. Y'all might think we're friends.
And looks like everybody's going to fold. So Mitch went in the first hand back from break with the San Francisco Busboy. Michael's going to be big blind right now. And he has just under 5 million, 4.9. And Mitch is the short stack. But Michael not back from his seat. You do get blinded out in tournaments. Oh, there he is. He's back. So action under the gun on Eric. Eric with a K. Eric is de Mexico. He's going to be folded. Baby Spider does like to mix it up. And he's going to be mixing it up here with the Choctaw Nuts. Blinds have gone up. It's 50,000, 100,000. So he has the Jack Deuce, also known as the Choctaw Nuts. Brown with the ace. She's going all in. She has been the most aggressive player going all in. With the all-ins, this is probably about her 5th or 6th all-in since the stream has started. Has just under 20 big blinds. Might have more than 2 million. They're getting the exact count. So 10 big blinds would be $1 million? Yeah, 1.9. So Mitch folding. What does Michael have? Is Michael thinking about it here? Yeah. Michael's thinking about it. I don't know what he has as Mitch folded, but the cameras or the system, the action tracker still thinks that Mitch has a decision. So what was our, yeah, so Michael had a pocket pair. He was thinking about it with a pocket pair, and it would have been for about 40% of his stack. So we're down to 6. Next player out going to be winning 4,200.
You're really considering?
Yeah. Not quite got 2 folds.
Mitch with the jacks has 13 big blinds. Should be raising here to about 250.
Raise.
No, the min raised to 200. Oh, it's a 400. Yeah, so he's pretty much saying he's all in here. Raising almost half his stack. Eric with the ace. Thinking about it, but I think he's going to think better of it. Yeah, he's going to make the fold. And Mitch will show the jacks. So the gold/orange chips worth 100K, and the white chips worth 25K.
No, he's laughing at me. You know what happened during the race-off? I only had 2 chips, right? I got 2 aces. That's the only time he ever gave me 2 aces. He gave me 2 aces. That's what he was talking about. He had aces. I was like, that's the only aces I'll ever see.
So action on Brown with the 10-7. She'll be folding. T-Rich also making the fold. Mitch, your short stack, making the fold. Michael, your chip leader on the button, should be raising here to 200, 250. Somewhere between 200 and 300. And it's going to be 225. And Spider going to be defending here. The 2 chip leaders going at it. Baby Spider with the chip lead for most of the final table. But now Michael has the chip lead. And Michael's running good. Flopping top pair. Does he put out the continuation bet? 2 diamonds on the board. He does not have a diamond. And he's going to be putting on the continuation bet here. Looks like 350. 325, and that'll get the job done. Is that going to take him past 5 million? Yep. So he is over 5 million in chips. I believe there was 14 million in play. Let's do some quick math. So 5, 7, 10, 12. Yeah, there's, yeah, just under 15 mil. So he's got a third of the chips in play. It's right about 15 mil in play. He has 5 mil with 6 players to go. Sounds like a lot. But especially in tournaments, you could go from having a lot of chips to no chips, or you can go vice versa, as Michael did. He went from the short stack to the chip leader. Had 500K in chips, about about 20 hands ago. And he's putting those chips to work. So Eric folding. And Baby Spider putting it on the 3-bet. Oh, Brown's asking for a count. So an ace for Baby Spider. He figured Mike was getting out of line, and he was correct. Yeah, Brown's going to fold. I'm pretty sure Brown folded a better hand than ace deuce. But she wasn't able to call the 3-bet. What did Brown have? There's the ace deuce for Spider. No, Brown had king deuce. Yeah, she was in the big blind. Hand 69. The 100K big blind is in. And action's going to be on the... oh, T-Rich is now the short stack. Just because he just posted his blind. So both T-Rich. So Rich and Mitch on the bottom of the ladder. And let's see if Mike... oh, no. Thought about raising. Probably a good thing he didn't raise. So he is getting a chip count from the players as he's thinking about maybe putting these players all in as he has both of them covered and he has a good hand here. And he's going to make it 300. 275. Brown with the Jack 10. Oh, she's going to be making a call here. She has not been afraid to tangle with Baby Spider. And T-Rich with the ace also going to be making the call. The players opening up their ranges here as we get 8-handed. T-Rich hitting the ace. I don't see Baby Spider putting it on the continuation bet. I think the ace is gonna slow him down. And it does go check around. Jack coming on the turn. That's going to give Brown a pair. And she's going to bet the Jack. Hoping nobody has the ace. But we can see T-Rich does indeed have the ace. T-Rich going to be making the call. Baby Spider going to get out of the way. Into the river we go. Oh, Brown going runner, runner, 2-pair. And T-Rich, she's going to put T-Rich all in. T-Rich might call it off here. He's regretted not betting the ace on the flop. Oh, T-Rich makes the fold, so he does preserve his chips. He played the hand slow, pre-flop and on the flop. So he did not get married to his hand. And he does make the fold, but that's going to make him the short stack here. He has less than 10 bigs now. You can see it is, does it say 458 on the tablet? So good news, bad news for T-Rich. Bad news, obviously, your short stack. Good news is it's pretty easy to play poker now as you just have one decision pre-flop. You go all in or you fold. You don't have to worry about how much should I raise here? Do I check raise? Do I do this? No, you pretty much just have one decision now. All in or fold. Baby Spider going after the two small stacks here. Brown calling with the Jack 10, the previous hand out of position, so she's going to be making the call now in position. T-Rich getting out of the way. And Mitch, who is your current points leader for the Trailblazer series. Everybody with the Jack. Jack of spades on the flop. Everybody with the Jack. And the best Jack is going to hit a pair, the Jack 10. Baby Spider check-in. Brown going to be putting out a small bet. Quick fold for Mitch. I think that's who she was worried about. I don't think she was worried about Baby Spider having the ace. So she will take it down. So T-Rich going to have probably about 8 big blinds. Now he has 9 big blinds. And Mitch with 12 big blinds. Eric with 19 big blinds. So he's going to be big blind next hand. Action's going to be on Eric as he is under the gun. Eric with a K. Eric. He's going to be making the fold. Don't know if his cards got scanned, though, as the cameras are still focused. There we go. 6-4, it's a pretty hand, but not when you have less than 20 bigs under the gun. Mitch with the 10-4, it is suited. But he knows that Michael has the chip lead. Oh, Michael would have put them all in, so he saved half the blind there. This commentating is live from this morning's final table of the Trailblazer series here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are live on the YouTube chat. And I am seeing this for the first time, live commentating. Action is going to be under the gun on Baby Spider. T-Rich with the ace going all in as he should. Mitch not going to be able to call him with Jack High here. But what does Michael have? Yeah, everybody going to fold. So that's going to get T-Rich to over 10 big blinds, but still pretty much in the danger zone. Yeah, gets him just over a mil. If you're just joining us, these are the payouts once again. Over 300 entries. The buy-in was less than $200. Built the prize pool of over $70,000. First place taken home $11,500. Second place $7,750. Shoe fly. Don't bother me. Folded around to the button on Michael, the chip leader. His range should be pretty wide here. Did he just call? Yeah, he just called here. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so Michael just calling on the button, not raising with his hand. You can see a raise would have worked. Started with the best hand, still has the best hand if it goes to showdown. Kind of an interesting limp on the button for Michael, to be honest with you. I don't know if... Yeah, and... So real nice play by Eric here. We saw a similar play like this earlier when he had pocket eights on a 10 high flop. But now he's doing it with pretty much air, and he's going to show. So Eric kind of wondering why Michael just limped on the button. He figured if Michael had a good hand, he would have raised. And then when it got checked to Michael on the flop, he decided to go with it. And he put in the check raise. Check raise normally a powerful move. But Eric did not have it that time. And to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter if you have it as long as your opponent doesn't have it. T-Rich with the ace. All in incoming. There's the all in. Has 10 big blinds. Like I said earlier, the bad news is it's short stack. The good news is his decisions are very easy now. All in or fold. And he's going to win another all in. So that's going to take him up to 1.2. So now he has 12 big blinds. That's the good news. The bad news is he's big blind. So now he just lost those 2 big blinds. One of the blinds going in for the ante. The other blind going in as the big blind. So pretty much both him and Mitch with 12 big blinds. Action's going to be on Mitch. Joining us tonight or this morning from the Woodlands, north of Houston area. So you go north on I-45, the 45, past the airport, past the city of Spring, Texas Card House Spring, located right off of Interstate 45. And then you have the Woodlands, and then you have Conroe. So everybody going to fold. Have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of this. A lot of raise and takes or all-ins and folds. As 2 players with 12 big blinds. 2 players with more than 20 big blinds. But keep in mind, if any of those 2 players with the 20 big blinds cause the all-in from the short stacks, they're calling for half their stack. And then Michael with 4.6 million. So with 46 big blinds. Michael with the ace. It is suited. He does have the chipped lead. Probably going up to 225. And that's exactly what he raises to. So especially tournaments, you have all of the solvers out there, and pretty much tells you the optimal play to do, the GTO move. Oh, Mitch is in bad shape here against Brown's king-queen, but he's going to make the call. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. 2 pair for Michael. Gut shot for Mitch. And second pair for Brown. Michael ready to put out the continuation bet. It's going to probably be about 300. Is that 420? Yeah, 325. Brown has 3 million. Probably going to be calling here. Has second pair, really only worried about the ace. It is multi-way, so got to factor that in as well. And that's exactly what she's looking over to see how much chips Mitch has. Oh, nice fold by Brown. Did not think that Michael would put out the continuation bet without the ace in a multi-way flop. She was correct. This time Michael does not show. So now Mitch down to less than 10 big blinds.
If you went all in, we would have seen the last two cards. That's all.
So Brown letting Michael know that she folded a king. And Michael, surprisingly, his reply was no comment. And the only reason why I say that is because if you know Michael, he's a talker. Brown raising it up with the ace. And it's going to be folded around to Michael. Has the 6-4. Probably going to be calling the min raise here. He does have the chip lead. Has some suited connectors. And we are going heads up to a flop. Jack high flop. Let's see if Brown puts out the continuation bet. She does not. And a flush draw for Michael now. But figures that Brown has big cards, and he checks once again. Does he put out a bluff here? No, he's just going to wave the white flag. And Brown will be happy to check down her ace high. And she will take the pot. I think that puts her in second place. Yeah, that does put her in second place. So both players just checking down the hand. I think they both know that they're the chip leader, so they really don't want to get involved with each other. And action's going to be on Baby Spider, who's now down to 4th in chips. Entered day 2 with the chip lead. Entered the final table with the chip lead. But now he is 4th place in chips. T-Rich going all in with the suited queen. Has right at 10 big blinds. Folded around to Eric. And Eric's going to be folding as well. He has king 5. So T-Rich chipping up. You can see Mitch is in the danger zone. All-in button still out. The dealer will retrieve that. Or Michael will be the assistant. Assistant to the regional manager. I go! Brown with the 7 deuce. Quick fold. T-Rich just went all in last hand. It's going to go all in this hand. No, he's just raising here. Raising to 250. Little surprised he didn't go all in. Oh, is this going to bring Mitch along? Is Mitch making the call here with less than 10 bigs? Yeah, so if T... Oh, wow. Wow. Somebody's going to get hurt. Second time, Michael catching aces. Last time, he was able to hit a 1-card flush against a straight. Michael can't believe it. As you have T-Rich, who normally doesn't get out of line. He's raising, so Michael feels that T-Rich is strong, and he is. And then Mitch calling with his short stack, which is actually a real strong play. But it is Michael with the strongest hand. And how much is he going to raise it to? $1 million? No, he wants action. What is that, 800? 675, eh? Can T-Rich get away from this? I don't know if he can. Yeah, he's going with it. I thought he should have gone. I thought he should have gone all in pre-flop. But yeah, T-Rich is gonna be surprised. T-Rich in bad shape here. Needs spades. Needs a 9 or a queen. 9 or a queen. I think Mitch would have hit 2 pair, right? Yeah, so the aces of Michael, the chip leader. Yeah. So everybody at the table congratulating T-Rich. Michael with some kind words for him before he leaves. And we are down to 5-handed. So pay jump in effect here. So T-Rich taking home 4,200. Next player going to be winning 5th place, just under 5,000. So now Mitchell is the short stack, and he's got just under 7 bigs. Quick fold from him, but he's going to be big blind next hand, so he's going to be putting out 2 bigs next hand, and that's going to take him down to 5 big blinds. Baby Spider just making the call, and Brown do not know what the other card is, but she is raising it up. Suited king for Baby Spider. He might make the call here. I think he's maybe looking at the clock. Maybe looking at, oh, he's going to be folding. So I forgot to take into account that he is no longer the chip leader, so he has about, yeah, he's got less than 20 bigs. Yeah, so less than 20 bigs, and that really does kind of handcuff you. If he was a chip leader, he would have made the call with the king, the suited king. But he was not. He made the fold. Michael with the 9-10. The short stack, the guy with 5 big blinds is in the big blind. But Michael's still going to raise it here. I thought he might min raise just because the big blind is so short. He's not necessarily committed here with this hand, but it's kind of close. Yeah, Mitch makes the fold. Brown makes the call with the ace, and we're going heads up. Nice flop for Michael. Flops open-ended. Here comes the continuation bet. So there was actually 650 in the pot because the ante is not showing up, but there is a 100K ante, so there was 650 in the pot. He bets 275. Brown's not going to be able to continue here with just ace high. But when she has a decision, she takes her time, and when she doesn't have a decision, she also takes her time, so doesn't want to give off any sort of time intel. We saw the van trailer do the same thing earlier. Want to be balanced. So Michael, almost at 7 million, has 6.8. Actions on Eric. He does make the fold. Baby Spider in seat 2 is thinking about it. And he's going to be just making the call. So we saw Michael do this earlier on the button, just calling on the button, but this time under the gun +1 is Spider. He just makes the call. And he's going to flop a pair. So he knew the chip leader was in the big blind. So maybe that's why he just called. Wanted to play his hand, but didn't want to build a big pot against the chip leader. As I said earlier, if you're just tuning in, we are live on the YouTube chat. We are live on the YouTube chat. This is the final table from the Trailblazer series. The third stop here in South Texas. Edinburgh, Texas to be exact. Down in the Rio Grande Valley area. Pocket fours for Baby Spider. And let's see if he raises this time. Looks like a min raise, taking it up to 200. Make money. What does Eric have? Yeah, Eric's not going to be able to call.
A flop could be anything.
Yeah, I know, but
A flop could have anything.
So that's going to take Baby Spider up to third place in chips.
I don't call it.
And Mitch with just 5 big blinds. Mitch is going to have to make a move, so either this hand or the next hand, he should be going all in.
They're gonna air it tomorrow.
So let's see what Mitch has. I mean, even suited connectors, you have 5 big blinds. Oh, those are suited connectors. They're just really big suited connectors. Oh, he actually only has 400, so he has 4 big blinds. A 450. And Baby Spider makes the call. He's going to have to get lucky. He thought his hearts would be good. His hearts are somehow not good here, 5-handed, but his king and 4 are. He's going to have to hit a king or a 4 as he's still behind. Oh, trip 4s for Baby Spider. And he's going to put the bad beat on Mitch. And Michael's going to be happy.
I'm very patient. Yeah,
No, I was very patient. That's crazy.
So Mitch bowing out. He is or was your leader. He is or was the leader of the points. I don't know if that's going to be true after this event, since this is double points. H&H in the YouTube comments, tell the dealer to wash the deck. Even if I wanted to tell the dealer to wash the deck, I couldn't tell the dealer to wash the deck. This was filmed at 5:24. Yeah, that's what the tablet says. This was filmed at 5:24 this morning. This is our first time streaming this. This commentating is live. We're down to 4.
Yeah, but he was committed to call, but he got the enough. Yeah, he's fine.
All right, Eric, now your short stack, and he is going all in. Has 19 big blinds with the ace. Folded around to the big blind, brown. And Eric will Take it down.
That's mine.
You can see Eric is the short stack, but he does have more than 20 big blinds. So even though he's the short stack, he still has more than 20 big blinds, so he's not in a danger zone. I really feel like players worry about that too much in regards to how many chips they have. But it really doesn't matter how many chips you have. It matters how many big blinds you have.
Many people will call it.
Or they'll be like, oh, so-and-so has like all these chips. There's no way I can win or no way I can come back or whatever. It's like, well, you have 50 big blinds. I mean, there's a lot of play, but it's really important to know how many big blinds you have, not necessarily how many chips you have. And I think you see that online now where the default setting for a lot of these online apps, it doesn't tell you how many chips you have. It tells you how many big blinds you have, because that's what really matters. Uh-oh. Yeah, Michael just calling here. Thought he might be 3-betting Baby Spider with the suited ace. But he just makes the call here. And uh-oh again. It was an uh-oh pre-flop. Now it's an uh-oh on the flop. Michael going to be checking. Is he checking to check raise? He's not folding here, but he is either going to call or raise, and we're about to find out. Oh, small continuation bet here. Small continuation bet. Baby Spider trying to induce a raise for Michael here. So there's actually 700 in the pot because there is the big blind ante not taken into account. Oh, Michael just calls here. Club for fun? Nope, not a club. So 800K in the pot, and I think Baby Spider's going to size up pretty big here. I'm going to bet probably about 400, at least 400. He's cutting out the chips. 325. Thought it might be a little bit bigger, but I think Michael's going to call here. He's got an ace. You're playing four-handed. You got an ace. You have top pair. All right, to the river we go. Michael needing a deuce. It's going to come a 7. Michael's been checking all the way his ace. So 1.4 in the middle. Does Baby Spider rip it here? No, he's going to try to get some more value. Set. Yeah, so he's betting 1.1 here. It says all in, but he's not all in. Yeah, it says all in, but it looked like he bet 1.1 was announced, yeah. Yeah, because each white chip is 25K. So each stack is 5, yeah. Michael's going to call and understand it, but he's going to see the bad news. So Baby Spider getting max value from his hand. And normally you want to get max value from your hand anytime you're playing poker, but especially four-handed at a final table, because the value of the chips four-handed are extremely huge. And that's going to take Baby Spider to 4.5. That takes him up to second place in chips. So Baby Spider getting max value with his ace king there.
I can't complain.
And now he gets ace 2. And he's going to be making the raise. Any ace is normally a good-handed raise, especially four-handed, which is why Michael couldn't believe that his ace wasn't good there. Oh, what's better than ace deuce? Ace 10. So once again, the ace deuce is dominated. The only question is, does the ace deuce make the call? He does, and he's going to see the bad news. So he just got those chips, and now he just might lose the chips. So Baby Spider wants to see the board paired. Oh, a deuce right in the window. 2 deuces. Wow, so gross for Eric. So terrible beat for Eric. I mean, just the 1 deuce was ugly, but the 2 deuces, and that's going to give Baby Spider the chip lead. And you got to run good, and you got to get lucky. So the last 2 hands illustrating that for Baby Spider, as he played the previous hand, the ace-king hand, very good. You got to play good, and you also got to run good. The very next hand, he gets really lucky, and we are 3-handed. And Baby Spider has the chip lead at 3-handed. Pretty much spread out. One person with 6 million, another person with 4 million, another person with 3 million.
Yeah, I called him down with an ace.
I'm sure you do.
But inverse big blind. I almost ripped it pre, so I lost it.
Yeah, Michael's still talking about the ace-king, ace-deuce hand. He actually said he almost went all in pre-flop with the ace-deuce suited, and he would have lost more. So then they were 3. Michael representing the Houston area. Baby Spider and Brown both call the Rio Grande Valley home. So 2 against 1. So just making sure that everything got scanned properly, and now the action will be on. Oh, the blinds went up. That's what it was. So the blinds going up to 75-150. And Michael just limping on the button with the king-queen. Kind of an interesting play. He has both his opponents dominated. And he flops a straight draw and a flush draw. He's making sure how much the big blind is. He's going to be betting 200. And this should get the job done. Had both his opponents dominated pre-flop. And uh-oh. The heart giving Baby Spider a flush. But it's no good. Oh, Michael checking like he's scared of the heart. Let's see if the check back gets Baby Spider to bet the river. I think he's going to bet the river. Did he say check? Yeah, Baby Spider checks surprisingly here. I don't see him folding, though. He does have a flush. You're playing 3-handed. Yes, there is 4 to the flush on the board. Oh, huge bet here. Coming from Michael. Very polarizing bet here. You saw Spider with just kind of a smirk on his face, like, really, bro? So I believe before the bet, Baby Spider's plan was to check call the river, check call any reasonable bet. But Michael putting out an unreasonable bet on the river, betting bigger than a pot-sized bet. The blinds are 75, 150. 2 players with 5 million. 1 player with basically 3 million. I do not know if it's 6 in the morning yet. I do know it's definitely 5 in the morning.
I drive the black Harley.
So a little delay on my end. There we go. Action is on. Yeah, somebody's car is going to get scanned. Oh, action's on Michael. Queen Jack suited. 3-handed. Raising it up to 325. So the min raise being 300 since the blinds went up. Baby Spider also with a suited queen. But he's going to be letting it go. What does Brown do? Brown has the 7 deuce. She will fold.
This time I could.
And Michael will show the best hand.
Queen Jack on hearts.
So Jay Stevens in the comments said missed value on the turn. And I'm guessing he's talking about the flush versus flush hand, but I actually like the check back on the turn. I don't like the river bet, but I definitely like the check back on the turn once he hit the nut flush. But as everybody knows, it's easy when you see everybody's hands. Everybody's an expert. Jack 10 versus 10-6. Brown with clubs. And she's going to lead out here. Bets the minimum. 150. I don't think Michael's going to fold for the minimum in position. But he is. To be honest with you, I'm a little surprised he didn't raise with the Jack 10 once Brown limped. And I'm a little surprised he folded to the bet. But he's the one down there playing for $11,500 for first. So obviously, a lot of the moves he's making have worked out thus far. Brown with the 10 high on the button. Makes the fold. Battle of the blinds. Now it is Michael's turn for the 10-6. From what I understand, this is a very popular hand in Houston. Loop 6-10. He's going to be making the call. And Baby Spider will be checking his option. Don't know what his hand is. Oh, 7-4 of diamonds. And he's going to flop top pair. And looks like he's going to put out a continuation bet. Michael calling with the 10 high. Needs a 10. Oh, turns a club. So he called pretty much with 10 high. Now he hits a club. 750,000 in the pot. Keep in mind that Annie is not being factored in. And it's going to go check, check. And it goes runner, runner, king, king. So Michael winds up with 10 high. He knows he's not good. He's thinking about bluffing. $750K in the pot. And hey, here comes the bluff. Pretty sure Baby Spider's going to call him here. Baby Spider with the 7. And here's the call. No reason to raise, because if you're beat, you're just going to lose more money. And he will show the 7 for the win. Jordan, big red. So I do know we are streaming on multiple platforms. The Facebook. Oh, missed you. YouTube, Twitch. There's a couple of other platforms. The only access I have the only platform that I have access to, there you go, it's going to be YouTube. This is the final table from the Trailblazer series at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, the 3rd stop of the Trailblazer series. We're down to 3 players. This action is from last night / early this morning. The final table started at 2 a.m. The final table was recorded, and this is our first time streaming it. So the commentating is live. It's going to be a raise and take for Michael. So Michael normally very talkative. And there's the...
Well, I said level 30. I hope we don't play freehand for 6 hours. I'm gonna go with it.
So this is the 93rd hand of the final table. Players starting with, I believe the average stack was about 40 bigs. Everybody getting a chip count. Blind versus blind. See this a lot. 3-handed.
Give or take, how many is it?
I didn't even count, honestly. This fucking music has me all on another line. Yeah, I'm in a jungle or some shit. If I'm in a safari, I don't know.
So Michael asking for a count. He thought that Brown was counting her chips, but she actually was not counting her chips. She was just a little zoned out, she said. And I do understand, as I said, this was recorded last night, this morning at 2 a.m. and I believe it's around 5:30 now.
She was crazy, right? That fucking music is wild.
Yeah, what time does that say on the tablet? 5:43?
I can tell you guys are like the 2 best tournament players in the valley the moment I got here.
So Michael, I don't know if he's being serious but he is complimenting both Baby Spider and Brown, saying that he thought that the 2 of them were going to be at the final table with him. And that can be sincere, because I know when you're playing at a multi-day tournament that you do see some really good players and you see some really bad players. Yeah, Baby Spider not going to be able to call here. I think the reason why he delayed the fold is he wanted a count, but he didn't want to count because he was going to call. He wanted a count to know how much the short stack had. One of the few lines from the Kenny Rogers Gambler song that I disagree with. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. And I guess the money part is true, but especially in tournaments, you always count your chips when you're sitting at the table. Not only your chips, but your opponent's chips as well. Because you want to know exactly how much your opponent has. So these players have actually been here over 12 hours. The restart was supposed to be at 5:30, so all of them showing up around 5:30, but the restart actually did not start until 6:30 as the final last ditch turbo ran late. It didn't finish up till 6:30. So these players have been here over 12 hours. Both players with face cards. Oh, Brown going all in here. And Michael asking for a count. I think it's going to be too much for him to call. He doesn't want to fold ace-king suited. So kind of a crazy play by Brown here. She's actually targeting a hand just like this. She's targeting an ace-high hand to fold. Yeah, I think he's going to fold and show. It is very pretty. Ace-king suited. Oh, and she's going to show. Wow. She's letting her opponents know she's here for first place. Not thinking about laddering up, so the next person eliminated. Here's the breakdown. So Eric finishing fourth for 57. And the next person eliminated, 6,600. Second place, 7,700. And first place, 11,500.
That's what happens. That's what happens. It's okay, I'll give it back. I tend to. Give it and I take it, you know what I mean?
So blinds are 75, 150. Baby Spider raising it up here with the 7-6. That's going to get the job done. So Brown with over 20 big blinds, but she is playing like she has less than 20 big blinds. Just made a move with queen high on the flop. It worked. Just because it worked doesn't necessarily make it a good move. Of course, on the other side of the coin, just because it didn't work doesn't necessarily make it a bad move. So Brown with the button, raising it up with the suited jack. She's going to hit a pair and go all in. She does have over 20 bigs, as the blinds are 75, 150. But the blinds obviously come around really quick three-handed. And you have the big blind Annie to deal with, which I actually do not like the big blind Annie in this situation. And I know that other events will go to like a small blind ante once you get down to 5 or 6 handed, which I think is the way to go. Michael with just the call once again on the button. Probably about the third or fourth time we see this. Uh-oh. Flush draw versus straight draw. I could easily see Brown going all in here. No, she just calls. Okay. 10 of diamonds. Oh, there's the flush. She's going to check. Michael with just king high. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Brown putting out a big bet on the river. And Michael hitting his straight. So straight versus flush. What a river. I thought the 10 of diamonds would be... I thought the 10 of diamonds would be the action card, but the 10 of clubs, yeah, he's going to call it off here. And you're three-handed. You have a straight. So she is going to be winning a big pot here. And I'm pretty sure that's going to take her up to... How much is the pot going to be? Yeah, that's going to take her up to almost 5 million, 4.9. Yeah, I guess Rebel Poker, kind of a perhaps an older player like me. Tournament should go back to having an ante, get rid of the big blind ante. So, once again, this is my opinion. In theory, the big blind ante is good and it works. But when you get to the final table in this situation, I don't necessarily think or feel that it is correct. So players talking about perhaps an ICM chop. So back in the day, take for example, let's say the blinds were 100 and 200. There would be a 25 ante. So everybody would have to put in 25. So now, instead of everybody putting in the ante, just one player pays the antes for everybody. So back in the day, and you'll still find tournaments that are 10-handed, so it would be 10 players putting in a set amount. So now just one player puts in that amount. But the issue or the problem is the math works out if it's a full table. The math does not work out if you're short-handed, and especially three-handed here. So what other tournament series have done, I have seen in the past, where they take the big blind ante and they make it a small blind ante. So instead of the blinds and antes being, in this situation, 75, 150, 150, it'll be 75, 150, 75. And I think if it's like 5 or less at the final table, the big blind ante should become a small blind ante. So players are talking ICM chop. I think they're gonna count their chips here and figure out what the ICM chops are. The only issue or the yeah, so Michael letting the table know that one of the reasons why he's playing this tournament is he is here for the double points. So he came into this event 5th place in points. Now, I don't think Brown has any points in the Trailblazer series, but I know Baby Spider has points in the Trailblazer series. Baby Spider making 2 final tables at the first stop back in October at TCH Social in Austin. He final tabled an Omaha event, and he final tabled the opening event. It wasn't the main event, but it was the second biggest event. He final tabled that as well. So 2 of these players have points that they're also playing for. This just isn't about the cash. This is about the points. And the reason why the points are important is the person with the most points at the end of the series is going to win a brand new car. True story. It's going to be a Chevrolet Trailblazer, which is one of the reasons why this is called the Trailblazer series. The top 50 at the end of this deal, going to qualify for a 50K free roll. So, Michael, who's your short stack now, going to be going all in with the ace? And everybody will fold. So I might be wrong about this, but you can correct me in the comments. But one of the reasons why the ante isn't playing tournaments is that it incentivizes players. It basically gets players to have a piece of the pot, so it gives them more reasons to play. And if you're already in the blinds, you already have a reason to play, which is one of the reasons, even before the big blind ante, which is one of the reasons I never understood why the ante was in play when you got heads up. Because the players are already incentivized. The players already have skin in the game, if you will. They already have their blinds out. Because when you're heads up, you're basically putting out 2 blinds. The big blind's putting out their blind, and they're putting out the big blind ante. So you can see the chip counts: 6 million, 4 million, 3 million. Of course, the online tournaments, they still have the regular ante. One of the main reasons why the big blind ante was created is because everybody has ADD nowadays, and everybody's on their phone, or everybody's doing something else. So there was issues at tournaments where players would never put out their ante, and it would slow down the game. So they said, hey, why don't we just have one person do it? And guess what? That one person still forgets to put out their ante in blinds. So one of the reasons for the big blind ante really didn't correct the problem. Baby Spider going to be hitting the queen on the river. Don't think anybody's going to be giving him action here. It's kind of like the bomb pots. If you play poker here in Texas, a lot of the clubs run the bomb pots, and it's pretty much at least minimum every time the dealer changes. So every time the dealer changes, everybody will ante a set amount. Normally, like at the 1-2, 1-3, 2-5 game, will be $5 or $10. So everybody knows when the dealer changes that it's a bomb pot. Everybody knows that they need an ante. Guess what? Somebody always doesn't put in their ante, and the dealer has to remind them. So if you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in to TCH Live Poker. We are at the Texas Card House in the Rio Grande Valley. This is the final table of the Trailblazer series for the Rio Grande Valley. This is the stop at the Rio Grande Valley. This is the final table. This took place last night, this morning. Final table taking place at 2 in the morning. This got recorded, and we are streaming it for the first time with live commentating. As I said, we are live on the YouTube channel. I do have access to the chat. I can see the chat on YouTube. Heads up to a flop we go. Pretty big flop here for Mike as he flops a pair, and a straight draw. Is this a check raising hand? That is the question. Because we're about to find out. $200,000 bet from Baby Spider. The yellow / gold chip's worth 100,000. The white chip's worth 25. Mike just calling here. Does not want to see an 8. And he's going to hit his straight. That's actually a pretty big card as he hits the straight. Baby Spider hits top pair. Very scary board. Baby Spider going to check the scary board. Just in case if the straight wasn't good. Mike also hitting trips on the river. Flush draw did get there. Be interesting to see what Mike does here. Flush draw got there. Is he going to let his opponent bluff? No, he's not. What does Baby Spider do now? Does have the king of diamonds. Makes it less likely that his opponent was on a flush draw. The board is paired. He does have top pair. Looks like he's going to be making the call. Or is he going to raise? Oh, he's raising here. So didn't think his opponent had the flush since he has the king of diamonds. So he's turning his hand into a bluff here. Putting Michael to the test. $1.1 million. So basically,
Every time so far, I thought it might be bluffing. You know, I've been, but
half of Michael's chips. So Michael just said, every time you've been bluffing, or every time I thought you were bluffing, you weren't. But my hand is too strong to fold. So he's going to make the call. And that's going to get us to about even in chips, everybody. Everybody's either going to have 4 or 5 million in their stack. Yep. Baby Spider still with the chip lead, 5.4. But both Brown and Michael with 4 million in their stack. Michael with the queen 8. He's been limping a lot. I don't think this is a hand he would limp with. Just made a big hero call for half his stack. He was right. And here's the race. I was about to say, I don't think this is a hand that he would limp with. He's either going to raise or fold. And we can see he's in bad shape here. Needs a jack for a straight. But the straight would just chop the pot. As Brown has top pair with a queen as well. Ooh, she's moving all in. That was a pretty close all in. As she was literally cut out the chips to call. And she was in the process of dropping the chips when she said all in. But verbal is binding. And that'll take her from third to second. As I said, these players, we're talking about an ICM chop, but the only issue or only problem is these players are playing for points in addition to the cash. There are prizes involved. So Michael is here for those points. This is a double points event. Oh, he's got a good hand here. But Brown has a better hand. He's going to outflop Brown with the 9. Brown knows that that flop can very easily hit her opponent's range. She does check. So coming into the event, let's see what we got here. So you can see on the lower left-hand corner there, 2x leaderboard points. There you go. So Michael came into this event 5th place in points overall. I want to say Baby Spider was in the top 25 in points as he did final table 2 events in Austin. Brown is the only player who has no points, but it does make an ICM chop. It does make a deal a little more complicated because these players want the points. Because if they get the most points at the end of the series, then they're going to win a new car. So 2 of these players are literally playing for a car right now, or a possible car, because this double points is really going to shoot up shoot them up in the standings. Blind's getting ready to go up. So even if they don't finish first for the car, if they finish in the top 50, they are qualified or get qualified for the 50K free roll. Trailblazer Series is going to make a stop at every card house location, and we're halfway there. First stop in October, TCH Social in Austin. Second stop, Texas Card House Spring in North Houston. And that's the stop where Michael earned most of his points. We actually had 3 players who normally play at Texas Card House Spring make the final table here. One of them still alive. One of them came into the event as first place in points. Oh, flush for Michael here. Also hits the straight. He's been running pretty good. Dealer with a little cough attack. Get tapped out. Normally don't want to do that in the middle of a hand, obviously, but you can see she was really struggling there. So the bet was not announced to the production crew as the dealers had to change, and that's why the camera is still focused on Michael, because it thinks that Michael has the decision. Michael has already made his decision. Yeah, so the dealer letting them know that Seat 9 bet in 1.7 million, so they'll put 1.7 million on the little ... under, and they'll put fold for Spider, and then that should clear out the hand as the new dealer gets set in. There it is. There's the fold, there's the win. Essentially, there's 3 moving parts for the stream. You see one of them, you hear the other one, and the third one is kind of out of sight, out of mind, but the third one, of course, being the production crew. Yeah, I think it's past 6 in the morning. So the dealer you see, the commentator you hear, the production crew you don't, but they're the ones that control all of the graphics that you see on the screen. Looks like Brown's cards did not get scanned properly.
Oh, wait, went off.
We're over 100 hands at the final table, which if you've played in final tables before or watched final tables before, that is a lot of hands. And one of the reasons why was because of the structure. This was a very good structure on the tournament. The players reaching the final table with the average stack of right around 40 big blinds. So it actually gives you room to play, where if you have the average stack really low, that it's pretty much an all-in or fold when you get to the final table. And I'm sure you've seen those before or been a part of those before, but these players reaching the final table with a good amount of chips.
I just died, cleared. Yeah, I just choked and I didn't want to like go hard, and I started crying.
All right, so Ash Cash, dealer's good. Dealer's good. She had a little cough attack. Baby Spider with the ace, going to be raising it up. Blinds are up to 100, 200. It's showing there's $300 that there's 300 in the pot, but there should actually be 500 because of the big blind ante. So that looks like a 400 raise. Yeah, it's going to be a raise and take.
Bottom 5% heads still come around.
Huh?
Bottom 5% heads still come around.
Oh shit.
All right, so we will go back to Ash Cash. Just had a little cough attack. Got some fluids in her. She's good to go again. It is 6:15, 6:13. So this hand taking place this morning.
People actually see these damn streams Weird. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, so Daniel Erickson asking about the ante, and I think what he's saying is correct, because pretty much with any sort of software, I think the pretty standard thing, like half joke and half serious, they're like, well, you know, junk in, junk out, or trash in, trash out, or whatever. And if the wrong stats are being calculated, then I think he's right in that regards. Ace King for Michael here. His friends call him Mike, but I'm not his friend. So it'll be Michael.
9 bets, 375.
Has Ace King, raises with the Ace King, and he will take the Ace King. So you can see on the upper right-hand corner, it says the blinds amount, but it doesn't say the ante amount. So anytime the pot gets calculated, it's not taking into account the ante. And this is something where normally I would be able to... Chip total is a lot less than 15 mil. No, I think...
Don't want to look at
I think it was 14, just over 14 mil when they came to the final table. Let me see, because I did take a screenshot of that. Yeah, there was a 14.4 chips in play. So there is more than 15. There is more than 14 million chips in play. So the chip counts are pretty close to accurate. But anytime a player wins a pot, it's not taking into account one big blind. But of course, different players are going to win pots, so that kind of comes out in the wash, I believe is the saying. Oh, pair versus pair here.
Do y'all want to pause the clock and look at it?
All right, so I believe they're going to...
Pause the clock to look at ICM?
We don't facilitate shots.
Don't facilitate drops here?
They don't stop the clock.
Alright, never mind. We will play until there's blood.
Yeah, they are talking about looking at ICM numbers. The only issue or problem is the clock does not get paused. The clock doesn't get paused, so they can figure out the ICM on their own. But the clock will not be stopped, and the reason why is because I'm sure you've seen it or been a part of it where they stop the tournament clock and then a deal tries to be made and no deal's made, and basically 15-20 minutes gets as far as wasted. Two pair for Brown, bottom pair for Michael, all hearts. Blind versus blind here. Don't think Michael's folding for one bet. Especially with the three hearts on the board, his opponent could very easily be betting a random heart. He does not want to see a six. Unless it's a six of hearts. Yeah, so that heart is actually going to save him chips. None of the players really liking the heart. Yeah, it's going to go check, check. Brown going to be putting out a small bet here. Didn't want to give up the bet-in lead to her opponent and have her opponent put her in a weird spot, so she puts out the blocker bet here. Only $350 into the $2 million pot. Actually, would have been, what, 1.7 before the bet? Either way, small bet, blocker bet. Blocker bet is going to accomplish its goal. All right, so blinds are 100, 200, which means that there should be 500 in before anything happens, and it's just showing 300 in the pot. So let's do the math here on the chips. I know somebody in the comments mentioned the thing about the big blind, but So action was on Brown. She already folded. Oh, and Michael going all in, quick fold. So let's see if it says he won. Yeah, it's just showing he won 200 when he actually won 400.
Yeah, Rounder. I mean, that Santin Farnos, they did that at a tournament too.
So it's going to be the ante not showing, but the ante doesn't show for all the players. So there is over 14 million in chips in play.
Like, I just got stuck in that situation.
So
For like a whole lot more
the count's going to be
like, from a
wrong for all the players, but it's wrong by the same amount. So
we had 40-something thousand. We could have like chopped up like really bad.
it's wrong by one big blind every time somebody wins a pot. But then the next person wins the pot, so now it's right for them, but wrong for the other person. So these players have been here over 12 hours. Baby Spider moving all in here with the ace. Yeah, another tricky thing that you have to take into account when you're talking about chops is the taxes. Got to remember about Uncle Sam. So anything that's going to be net over 5,000, then at the end of the year, the players will have to pay taxes on that. So these players are already in that spot where if they do win, then they will get the tax form for it. So the chops or the deals are always easier said than done, especially when you get into this territory where you have to take into account taxes. But the biggest thing, at least with this event, is the points. This is a double points event. And the person with the most points at the end is going to win a new car, Chevrolet Trailblazer. So you got to take that into account as well. Michael came into this event 5th place in points. There's still another 3 stops after this. There are 6 different Texas card houses across the state of Texas, and the Trailblazer Series will make a stop at every location. So it's going to make a minimum of 6 stops. So, like I said, we're about halfway done. And if you're able to be leading in the points for a car halfway through, you're feeling very good. All right, 2 players with suited connectors. Brown getting aggressive here, raising it up to 425 on the button. Michael going to be calling. Oh, everybody with suited connectors. All right, let's see 3. So the player with the best hand pre-flop hits a pair, the 10-8 for Baby Spider. He's going to check it, though. Brown, your pre-flop aggressor, is going to represent the ace or the queen here as she is reaching for chips. Pretty big bet, 500. And it's going to work. This is how you chip up in tournaments. You win pots that don't belong to you. And as I just said, it's easier said than done. Everybody checks to you. You have 9 high. And you know you have to bet at least $500,000 to get them to fold. That's a big 10-4, good buddy. Michael should be folding this. So battle of the blinds, small blind versus big blind. Baby Spider with the queen 9 of diamonds. Just going to call it here. Doesn't want to build a big pot out of position, and he has Brown dominated. So he really wants to see a 9. Oh, huge flop for Baby Spider. Check. Brown checking behind. Oh, Brown hitting a tray. Let's see if the tray gets her in trouble. I think the tray's going to get her in trouble as Baby Spider betting out 200 here. And Brown makes the call. Jack coming on the river. Is that a jack or a queen? Oh, that's a queen. That's another bad card for Brown. As now it's less likely for her opponent to have a queen, but we can see the Baby Spider has a queen. So there's $1 million in the pot. It's not taking into account the ante. There's $1 million in the pot. And looks like he's betting $750. Quick fold by Brown. Brown is your chip leader. Kind of funny, the only player that came into this event with 0 points for the Trailblazer series. The winner of this event also automatically qualifies for the 50K free roll.
2 raises to 450. I call.
10-4 suited. It's going to cost him another 250. And he makes the call. So 1.5 in the middle. Going to be 2 hearts. This is a board I can see Baby Spider put it out the continuation bet if it does get checked to him. There's 1 check. There's 2 checks. And here is the bet from Baby Spider.
Two bets, 375.
375. I feel like if Brown was last to act, she would be able to call with the ace high, but has to worry about the big blind. She'll make the fold, as does Michael.
You know what I'm saying? You know when you said like you wanted to go around that other table.
Hey, make sure if you're watching on YouTube, you do hit the like button. Almost up to 50 likes.
Watch that hand and look at what I have on the river. Like I said,
I don't watch these streams because like fast forward and shit. So like I'm not gonna sit there and watch the whole fucking thing.
I was just thinking of whether or not I should raise it or not.
Yeah, but like I don't know why it doesn't let you like. That's why I don't watch them.
When you're watching it live, it doesn't.
Oh, but like after you can.
After, yeah, like once it's already.
Oh, I didn't know that.
On YouTube, when you're watching it, you could, when it's live, you can go back.
Yeah, so the players and dealers actually talking about
Oh, only when it's live.
the stream.
9 calls?
I don't know. Whatever. I don't even care. Whatever. Just one hand.
2 goes all in.
Baby Spider going all in with the 9s. Quick fold for Michael. So when you're watching the stream on the YouTube live, then you cannot change the settings. But if you're rewatching it, I know there's a lot of people that in general, whenever they watch something on YouTube, they watch it like on 1.5x to kind of speed it up a bit.
They used to be like 2 at once. I think like you want
And I have been told that I do talk a little bit slow, but if that's the case and you're rewatching it, then you can just speed up the talking. But it's easier to speed up the talking than it is to slow down the talking. Queen high flop. So coming up to hand number 120. Looks like we picked up a like on YouTube. We appreciate that. Two players with 5 million, one with 3 million. Blinds at 100, 200 to 2 million, being 10 big blinds. Brown with the ace, raising it up. I don't think Michael's going to be able to call here with the Jack 8. Apparently the Jack 8 is now being called the Insurrection. January 6th. Brown will show the ace, letting her know that she wasn't messing around. And we will go up to hand number 120. What time is it? 6:30 in the morning when this happened. As I said, normally we do stream this live as the actions happen, and this was recorded last night, this morning, and this is the first time we are airing it. This commentating is live, which is why if you make any comments in the YouTube section, or if you hit the like button on the YouTube section, we will be able to see. So the commentating is live, and this is my first time seeing this, as I avoided any sort of news. Oh, Mike going all in here with the King 6, blind versus blind, and Baby Spider has him dominated. So the last time we streamed an event, a tournament, was back in August. Baby Spider chopped that. That's actually a good flop for Mike. And the 10's going to play. Aces and kings with the 10 kicker. So Mike is going to bow out in third place here. He will be taking home over $6,000. But more importantly, he's going to get double the points for this finish. And now we're heads up. The last time we streamed an event here, it was the Valley Poker Open. It was the Valley Poker Open, and Baby Spider got heads up in that event too. So he is heads up once again. 2 final tables. Make that 3. This is his 3rd final table for the Trailblazer series. Had 2 final tables at the first stop, TCH Social in Austin. And now he is heads up for the title.
He's gonna say that no, right? Like it stays there and it's like, I don't give a fuck. I just have one like share. Keep your launch.
So I believe the rule is here, you cannot be big blind twice.
Dead button. So we leave the dead button or we don't.
I was just big.
So be small and big.
Yeah.
So I'm big blind here.
Yeah, so you cannot be the big blind twice. So they will move the button. Will not be a dead button.
Like I get a little bit more than the second place, or what? But it's because he doesn't even tell us. That's why.
I can pull it up on my phone when I figure it out.
Yeah, so now these players are talking about ICM chop.
I mean, I'm open to it, but not like guaranteeing. Just like I hear the number, you know what I mean, and I just like
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll figure it out at the break then, because I can't.
Yeah, so there is going to be a scheduled break. And I think they're going to play a couple of hands and going to try to figure out an ICM number. So it looks like the production crew became aware of the blinds. It looks like they tried to add a third blind for the big blind ante, but they punched in something wrong there.
Or no, we're fine or not. Or what? Oh, I thought you were talking to me and I fucked it up and I didn't raise enough. Or oh, I'm like, no.
Alright, redo it because it's like,
Like, come back in
yeah,
here.
redo the card too. Alright, let me know. Alright, so the action open.
So essentially, these players are playing for $4,000 as second place guaranteed $7,000. First place gonna get $11,000.
2 calls.
So we are heads up. 2 players left. 2 likes away from the 50. So I see we have over 100 people watching right now. So 2 more likes to get us at 50. See, the players are within 1.5 of each other. Blinds are, I believe, 100, 200. Let's see, yes. Yeah, they're 100, 200. Yeah, they did add the ante, but they added the wrong amount. There we go. 100, 100. 100,000, 100, 100,000. So obviously the graphics a little bit off there, but the good thing is heads up, real easy to keep track of exactly how many chips they have. Hey, there we go. We're at 50. Thank you, folks. I get paid $1 for every like, so that's why.
What are these? Like,
I'm just joking. So they are getting a chip count, seeing exactly how many they have. I do not know when the break is coming up, but I do know they're gonna talk about an ICM chop. ICM standing for Independent Chip Model.
I was gonna say, good luck, y'all. I'm out. I'm back to Houston. It was nice to meet y'all on Pogo. I'm gonna come back to the Valley sometime.
69,000.
So Michael getting paid out and just popping in, letting
I'll take 9,800 and you take 9,450.
How much?
I take 9,800, you take 9,450.
Oh, like $500 difference. That's fine. Lord.
All right, I believe they just worked out a deal. So Baby Spider has more chips. I think he's gonna get a little more. What's the total there? Basically 18.
That's fine. I said that's fine. I don't really like. Oh my god, the guy was
Yeah, so
crazy about yes and no's and whatever. And so niggas fucking fighting. There's like no shit. I mean, I don't care. Like, I mean, I'd also play it. Like, oh shit, I wouldn't give it a fuck, but
yeah, so
like for the money part.
they did the math real quick, and I want to say, let me just double check. I heard there are microphones on the top, so I did hear. Let me do the math real quick to make sure that it adds up.
Oh, we just play it out? Like
No, you can chop it just like the hand, just so it looks like it's one.
Oh, okay. We're playing for a winner.
She gets fuck you want me to stand down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you guys are just about half. Okay, yeah, it's even.
What's up?
Straight down the middle. No fancy.
You just let him do that and then we'll
Okay.
yes.
Yeah,
Straight down the middle.
Thank you.
Let him that easier for him.
Take your time.
So that is 50. That's 18.
Congratulations.
I mean, we basically we're even. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, so they did make a deal. Baby Spider getting a little bit more. Baby Spider getting 98.50, and Brown getting 94.50. So just under $10,000 after the chop. $9,800 and $9,400. So that'll do it for the stream. As I said, these players, you can see it's 6:42 right now in the morning. So putting in over a 12-hour session. Thank you for joining us from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley.